I've noticed about certain mods.
Yeah.
It's not that it's a problem or not a problem. It's just things that I've noticed.
Some mods create problems, but projection to assembler should be pretty solid. I've used it more than once and never had any issue with it. Everyone I know who used it, including the people on Steam discussions, there's no issue with it right now. So I don't have a good reason to propose it, but I will anyways.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Now, if you have one mod that has some type of active function that it does that's similar to a passive mod. Maybe it shares one or two similar functions,
Yeah.
but it's passive. What are some of the negative ways it could affect the server?
You can access that functionality. It creates ways for you to do that, which I believe projections was updated to do that. The ammo, not ammo, but components of projection. But honestly, I think this is kind of a moot discussion, honestly.
Well, I'm not talking about any particular mod. I'm talking in general.
Nanobot build and repair is the most active thing that we have on the server. As far as what to do. It's basically constantly trying to do things. Now, I'm not saying performance-wise, it's definitely not the case. But in terms of like it trying to do stuff compared to your other blocks, it is always trying to do things. The only thing on the server, and out of all the vanilla blocks and all of our mods, that's always trying to do something. We don't have any other mod like that. The only reason I pulled off projections to assembler is that small possibility that somehow it's doing something that's not nice, because the same author is the one who did the ammo thing, and I was able to 100% through multiple people, including myself, the ammo thing is problematic. That's why I pulled projection to assembler off, not because projection to assembler is problematic and I have evidence that it is, because I have zero evidence. But because the author of something that is problematic made another mod that caused problems for us, and it's possible, even if it's a remote possibility, that projection to assembler could cause an issue with someone's assembler. And I'd rather just not consider that remote possibility, because when you're debugging stuff, you have to consider the remote possibilities.
Right.
Even if something is perfect under all conditions that you can logically go through, if you want to isolate that buggy code, you have to remove all the other stuff that you can.
Right.
You can get out of the way. And then you get back to that last thing that maybe you want to confirm is buggy. When everything else isn't there, you can have a test condition for that thing without all the other things that probably are fine. Then you know for sure that that area that you think is buggy is the problem. Obviously, I'm not going to remove 102 mods to test your build repair, because I already know it's buggy. It's on the mod page, but, or not your build repair, but W08's. But, I do want to eliminate anything that possibly, that I can think of could have done that assembler thing. Because, even though I know it's a thing that happens to vanilla, I want to see if it happens again. I don't think build and repair caused the assembler thing, by the way. I don't think it's related. Build and repair doesn't touch your assembler, as far as I know. What it might do, though, is it might touch some of the same places in the API the projection to assembler does, though, because they both work projections, where the assembler is not. That's an interesting thought.
It is.
Build and repair looks full production, right?
Yeah.
And projection to assembler looks full production, right? They're both looking to see if there's a projection. Because they want to know if it's there. In the case of build and repair, it wants to know what parts it wants to get and send it to its mailbox. And in the case of production to assembler, it wants to know if you have what parts are in production. It's waiting for you to hit that button to send those things to the assembler. As soon as you hit that button, it takes all the parts of your projection and sends it to the assembler. So they're both definitely accessing similar areas of the game in terms of API. Primarily the production block, which is why I was sort of wondering whether it maybe was related. It's possible that both of them are problematic, honestly. I mean, I know building repair is, but it's possible that production to assembler is also bad. They also might conflict with each other. What's interesting though is neither you nor I was using the projector. We weren't using the projector when we had the assembler behavior, right?
Right.
I wasn't, at least. I don't know about you. I'm guessing you were. Did you have a projection block?
Yeah, the small projector.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Yeah, I was using the Federation base actually. I didn't have a projector. There was one there. Yeah, projectors are problematic too, actually, which is interesting. Normally what I tell people, I would limit them to one. But I want to allow people to have a small and large with one, and I want people to be able to use the tables. That's the new tables, they're projectors. I'm almost 100% sure. But yeah, projectors have always been buggy, actually. They've never worked right. They're one of those blocks like rotors. Weird shit happens. Like at 0, 0, 0, everyone's projected. Sometimes it goes there even after you turn your projector off. Did you know that?
Nope.
It also significantly affects the projector blocks when they're on, not when they're off. So a lot of times you can have a sim speed issue, and your sim speed's not recovering. If you just turn off all your projector blocks, it goes back to one. Yeah, projectors are really bad. So I may just not put that back on actually. Projections with separate thing. I know some servers don't allow projections, but I want people to be able to build blueprints. Red didn't want people to. We wanted to put it in the lore that you're not allowed to. I built something creative sometimes. Sometimes it's easier. Like at the very least, like 30%, probably more like 50. Bible building, but sometimes there's a blueprint that I used to have that I don't have anymore. I just want to build something quickly to get the job done. I don't want to deal with the survival stuff because I need to test some things. To me, that's what creating is cool. I can try like 5 to 7 different builds that I can maybe build one thing in survival. As far as just building one thing in survival versus creative wants to use that much faster. I don't mind the welding stuff. It doesn't really take much time. But yeah, if you want to build like parts pieces and test things modularly and test different models under different conditions, creative is much better for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. One big thing I use creative for is testing different how ships fly under different gravity conditions. Because once you go under 1G, you start to get strange behavior from ships. Once you go past alien planet gravity, which I believe is 0.2, you go to like 1.1 1.6, it starts to go crazy. Because if you have a modded planet or something that's like 1.8 or 2Gs, your ship that you built on a 1G planet is probably going to crash on that. If you don't test it to look under 2G, you're going to have serious problems. So that's what I use Raid for also.
So that's why when I built a ship on a 4G planet on a 1G, that was insane.
You built a ship for 4Gs on a 1G planet, or you built a ship on a 4G planet for a 1G planet?
I built a ship on a 4G planet, then took it to a 1G planet, and that ship just it acted bizarre.
That could be part of it. Some weird things happen on the higher gravity planets. In my experience, I could be wrong, but it's been my experience with every player that I've ever interacted on a higher gravity planet. Basically, at 1.4 Gs, things just don't fly at all. Weird things. Actually, gravity is high enough, just the physics on a high gravity planet can cause problems on the server. You can have a ship that you want to land, and you land it on the 1G planet, and it lands fine, and simply stays one. You land that same ship on like a 0.6G planet or something, and then it just like voxels disappear, like parts of the ship explode, it like starts tipping, and like pieces fly off and like crash into itself, and like you're just gonna have fire crash. It's not like extreme chaos or anything, but it's not a happy time in my experience. Now, if you build that ship to survive that gravity, or if you build it on that planet, it ends up being a little different. You build it to work there, and you get any construction issues you have, Kickstarter is quite fine. I have not built something on, well, that's not true. I've built stuff on 1.3Gs and above. It does fly a little bit funny. Like, the ship shaking a little bit, when you feel like it maybe shouldn't. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
But it's mostly okay, in my experience.
When I built the ship on the 4G planet, it was all hydrogen.
Yeah.
And it used a fair amount of hydrogen.
But you had 4Gs like that.
Okay. But when I took it into space, all of a sudden, it hardly used any hydrogen.
Yeah.
And then I took it to the Earth-like planet, and it used a little more hydrogen than it did in space, but not by much. Nowhere near like it did in the 4G. So I'm wondering if there's built-in benefits to building ships on a high G planet, because your thrusters, especially hydrogen, would be more efficient when you go from a high G planet to a low G planet. Or lower G.
I don't know about super high, because I don't know what your experience is going from one. But I usually build in space, and then the first thing I do is I take it to the alien planet, and then I take it to the next one up. I forget which one I used, but there's one that's 0.2 Gs higher. Then I test it on that planet. Both of those planets, I usually try to do like straight to maneuvers that are like high speed that would cause you to lose the ship and have it like spin out. be unable to slow down enough. There's a limit to how fast you fly
Right.
the plane and land. But not going past that point, but still going to the edge. And I try to like spin my ship around and see what happens conditions, see where the ship has deficiencies, and if it passes all those tests, then I take it to Earth-like, and then I try to land on Earth and see how it looks there. And if I'm happy with how it lands on all three of those planets, then I usually use it in survival.
Well, see, I don't, as you found out or seen, I don't build in creative. I'll build creative in survival, but I don't specifically build in creative.
Yeah, if you over-engineer your ship and you end up building it on ease, you'll probably be okay, even though it might be a lot of money if you go to
Yeah, that's my thing. I always over-engineer.
that's it. The last thing you want to do is come into a planet and then have everything seem fine, and then you find out that you have enough thrust. Not maybe you have enough thrust to slow down, but not enough to slow down the time you get from the top of the air to the ground.
Right. Now, see, it's always important for me to be able to max out the weight of my ship and still be able to land on Earth.
Yeah, I tested with weight too. That's important. I didn't at 10. I usually test my stuff at 3x. Test the defaults. I don't usually play any servers that have 10x actually. Ever since they switched everything to 3x here. Because the whole standard is basically just 10x everything. Maybe before you play.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Keen did their official servers and everything, they changed the defaults in dedicated server and stuff, so everything's 3x. But the way almost all servers used to be is 10x across the board. We all played. Surprisingly, I did try realistic servers. So I went from 10x in a community where everyone played 10x to 1x. So that was pretty tough. But I was like, oh, this is for sure. Because we all played 10x all over early space computers. Everyone did. The 3x thing is new. That's like the new standard. So this is, in a way, this server is sort of throwback. Because we have a lot of 10x, if people were to see that in the list, they're going to be like, nah, that's too easy. Some players are going to realize that maybe we're doing something a little different. They'll see that one in there. But, 10x is generally considered like easy.
Oh shit, I found cobalt, too. And gold. And uranium.
Fancy.
So, what were you looking for again?
I want cobalt. You need cobalt too.
I do.
For me, for yourself,
Well, now that I have uranium and I can get gold and cobalt, I just have to wait for my engines or my survival kit to process the stone, then I'll get cobalt, gold, and more uranium, and then I'll head back to the planet if I don't run out of ice first.
There's ice up there. There is an Exile station. It's a hotel. It's not a long thing. It's an admin test area, but it is a functional. Not connected to the park. We're not on the spaceship. We haven't made it there. But the station sells ice. Ice there.
Oh, you mean I'm one of the few that are actually in space?
We haven't been into space yet. The Exos, back in space worldwise. Not everyone has made it to space now.
Then which one of the Exos is a pilot? guess it's me because I am in the Federation, I suppose.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe you were a pilot.
Oh, yeah, I was the pilot in the ship crash. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, that's
Makes
messed
sense.
up. That's messed up. So it's my fault now.
Well, not necessarily. I don't have those files, so
I don't either.
I don't know. All I know is you were on the ship when we got woke up and helped repair. You'd be read notes with the pilot. So, I'm gonna have to build something. I'm unwilling to put my valuable, minuscule amount of silver into regular refinery. I'm not gonna stoop that low. I'm gonna build proper noble metals, proper iron.
I have a number of proper refineries on my base.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
You built some of the additional refineries?
Yeah, I built more basic refineries, and then I've got 4 or 5 large refineries. I'm not sure if they're completely built yet.
Oh, are you putting your iron into there? Your stone into some of those refineries? You will get more iron.
I'm actually right now I'm in space, so I'm using the survival kit. But up until that point, I was just using the survival kit in the basic refinery.
Oh, okay. Was it a big basic refinery?
No, just a standard.
Oh, okay. Very well. I think this, I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't even remember. So,
Oh, I'm only 20 kilometers from the hotel.
actually, I want to move it. Oh, cool. Yeah, you can go see the veterinary. You're welcome to set yourself up with a there. Take a break from Bible, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Going to, yeah, and switch the signs and stuff. I'm going to keep some things for, like, admin use. Like, for example, say you still have that uranium. Maybe you decide that you belong to it. You're not intending to use it for survival. Have it available if you need it. You can take it.
Believe it or not, I actually took everything with me that was spawned in, and I ejected it into space.
Oh, okay. So, what I do is, what I try to do, because sometimes we're like a couple hours prior here in the survival area, what I try to do is, when I end up getting things from doing stuff in admin mode, I take all the things and I say that I want to eat. Just weird, I guess. I keep making more paint guns and stuff. I actually make a paint gun at the Imperial base. I was like, what's in the Imperial base? Oh, a paint gun? But yeah, I collect paint guns and paints, and there are admin coin things. There are some things from Europe and stuff that I might put into event areas and stuff like that. That stuff goes into my locker in the Exile hotel at my, which is not accessible by me.
Oh.
So if someone visits the hotel, they can't like bust in my hat and stuff. So yeah, I keep that separate, so just so I don't accidentally use admin on stuff. So, you could do a similar thing. There's one, I think there's 5 rooms there. There's the state suite, which you're welcome to.
I just sent you a GPS.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. There's the state suite, which you're welcome to. I told Red he's welcome to also. If unless there's 5 staff, then take it. But as long as there's not many of us, we're happy now. So if you want the nice room, well,
Now, is there anybody else on right now?
he's back.
Okay. Uh, so let's see.
Also, as a side note, I don't know what actually do with Great Station. In the long run, we might get up here survival station. I might turn it into like a space or something. Admin space with it. We bring some players in a tiny area of server.
yeah.
Yeah. They get like a couple signs of going action and just on off like you go through the space suits one.
I need some way to let you know that I'm in space.
You already said that.
I did.
You did. I'm aware of it. You said you need pairs, right? And I said yes. And then
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I told you I was recruited. And
So
you said what do I need? And I just
so that would make sense that I'm a pilot.
yeah, if you want to be a pilot, you're in one of them.
Well, pilot trader.
Pilot what?
Pilot trader.
You're not a trader.
Yeah.
You're trader, not trader.
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe you were like the fly guy who went out and got stuff. That's right. The logistics. Exile.
Yeah, because as exos, you don't just fill one role. You have a primary role, and then you'll fill whatever role is needed after that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Or at least for us lesser exos.
No, you're that's our exile. But I think that there probably is some exos that are flexible. I think that way how bigger I am. I don't know. Red is a little bit new base engineers, so he's not going to be able to be so flexible. We're going to have to do a public game. Learn about game. He's a good builder. Obviously, with World Guy, that's not the case. Yeah, he's good with building like sort of stylistic stuff and like conceptualizing different things. He has a lot of good ideas of like creative design stuff. So yeah, he's good at like designing and creating things. But as far as how the game works, he doesn't necessarily know that. That makes sense.
What was his name?
He doesn't have very many hours in the game at all. I don't know if you've actually even played with anyone besides us. I don't think he has. And when he played with us, we bought building. So we were all building together. So anything you know how to do, someone else was just building that. That makes sense.
It does.
He mainly did the outer part of the ship. He was our that stuff, and I did mainly the interiors of the things in the server, like the different decks and like functional stuff like that. He did do some of the inside stuff. We actually were playing like actual jobs. We had a master guy who did the supply area, and we had a captain did he sort of he didn't design the bridge in his work that I did that, but he sort of gave me the general design of the ship, but not a whole lot. You know, he released. He also was on the release as all of us. He wasn't a very good captain. I didn't. Everyone else did, actually. But everyone else tried to beat me against him. I'm kind of weird that way. I'm that way in Space Station. Even if I don't like someone, even if I don't like them, or if I've had them or whatever, mutiny is a serious thing. Don't just mutiny because you're crazy. You need to have a very good reason. Basically, they're like execute or play lives in real life, obviously, too. I'm guessing that's how it is in the Navy, too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a legitimate, like, lawful, procedural reason to be, and if there's not sufficient conditions that are met to legitimize the captain, even if you don't agree with it, and you don't like what they're doing, you can't be okay.
That is correct. Whether you're right or wrong.
Yeah, 'cause they're the captain.
That's right.
That's how it works. So while I did agree with them that the captain was not the most competent and that he was causing trouble for us, that was the issue. He was causing a lot of issues. And, well, there was a number of issues beyond that, too. Like I said, he wasn't around a whole lot and stuff. But, he was the captain, and we were just playing the game and trying to have fun. You know what I mean? Like, it's his job is so normal. No one else would want to be the captain, but decided to do that. So, yeah, he didn't do anything bad enough, I don't think, he didn't, like, kill anyone, do too much. He did endanger, but it's hard to say whether it was significant because no one was really harmed. So maybe he made the right decision. Who knows what would have gone different? And greater danger. Man is a funny thing like that.
It is.
I was just an engineer, so I played with other people, but it wasn't not that engineers, not that. But yeah, I pretty much just stayed down in like mainly the inner area. Actually, hung out with the mechanic. We had a mechanic. He was doing like fighter construction stuff, iron ships, things. And I just hung out with him. Our supply guy was out mining stuff, building like little resources stuff to prepare around the ship. So the main guys who were in the upper part of the ship were like for some reason our pilots wandering around all the time. I don't think I ever saw them ever in the hangar bay, and the security guy was wandering around the ship and hanging out with the captain all the time. sense. Gotta keep the captain safe, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Out of the different servers I played and the different servers I run, even though I consider the one before that a better server overall, as far as the amount of fun I had, I'd say it's probably top three. Probably top two. I don't know, just number one.
Suddenly, my ship stopped functioning.
It's unfortunate.
Oh, there we go. Started again.
That makes sense. Yeah, I built another base though. Doing my production and I keep trying to produce it. Have it. Stuff needs so like good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using the headquarters for things. Don't get you wrong. Eventually, right?
Oh yeah. I'll make space and asteroid bases and Earth bases and bounce around between them and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. But I mean, the safe zone area.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I moved out of the safe zone area. Just moved back to my own area.
yeah. That's the first thing that I did. So I just create a base.
Yeah, I won't say that I feel dirty using the safe zone area, but for one thing, I can't build in there without cheating. So it's not like I can put module. You guys do have module. There's a reason for that. By the way, you notice that you have multiple federation base.
Well, we are technologically advanced.
you also have less assemblers though. Even though you're one you're one refinery, you have one less. You have more.
Wait till you see my base. I've got like 12 assemblers.
Nice. But yeah, you guys have a little bit different setup than other factions do. The other factions get 2 refineries. I think the revolutionaries have 2. I know the Imperials do. And because of that, obviously, they can much faster, right?
Right.
At least twice speed. So we put modules on yours. I just put all speed modules. So yours is way faster than 2 refinery. But yeah, because exactly what you said, you guys are the tech faction. Well, that's a problem.
Oh.
Yeah, I remove my assembly.
What?
Everything else first, and I need part. I don't have the other. Should I say anything to Dewey? I kind of just figured out my character would ignore him.
Why
He
would?
doesn't need anything. He's asking me if I need something. He's trying to be nice, but he just kind of like interjected in our conversation. Like,
Well, I asked Dewey specifically if he needed anything.
oh yeah, no, but I mean like you were offered. You asked. Oh, you asked Dewey. I thought you asked me.
Well, I asked you too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you said you were in a land here, and you asked me if you needed anything. You wanted to see repairs or whatever, so I figured that's fair. You're also an Exile, so I was like, okay, yeah, you can live here. But then Dewey's like, how much coke do you need? Like, I don't know if he just wants to know what's coke giving me, because he's in the Federation. The Federation's concerned about their supply chain. Or if he wants to know how much because he wants to give it. I know that out of character. I know that my character.
Yeah, he's actually pretty friendly, but I don't think he understood that I was role playing and not being a dick.
I think that he doesn't fully understand what's going on, but I think starting to get the idea that there's something like happening.
Yeah, because if he thinks that I was being a dick, I I think something needs to be said to him about it.
Yeah.
Because it creates for a hostile environment, and I really don't want that.
He knows that you're role playing.
Okay.
I mentioned it to him. He said that he was like, oh, he mentioned something about Doctor. Basically, an NPC spawned near his base and railed them the shit out of it. And I deleted it. And I was talking to him about Master coming back, and he was like, well, at least he's not going to call me a beatbag all the time. That would be nice. And then I said to him, like, you guys are all cut, right? And then that's what he said. He was like, yeah, not quite yet. So I think he does realize you're role playing, but he might not like you calling me back. I think it's pretty funny.
Well, then that means I'm role playing effectively.
Yeah. So I think if he's getting immersed in the thing and it's blurring the lines between fact and fiction, it's not the worst thing. You guys will work it out. He's playing a character you though you may not realize that character maybe is himself.
Yeah, and it's
Right?
just, you have to allow the development of the characters on their own terms.
Exactly. You need
And,
to figure out
right. And some people will take to it, some people won't. But I just want him to know that I mean absolutely no offense in any way, shape, or form.
I'm sure he'll figure it out. I'm sure he'll be jerk to me at some point. You probably left for a reason. That is, you might not know. Right? I mean, I'm guessing you decided that whenever your character made the decision with Exile, it's probably some reason why, right?
There would have had to have been, I suppose.
Yeah,
Maybe I'd wipe my memory myself.
it's possible. You never.
Maybe it happened when I discovered that I regained sentience, or maybe I became sentient. Maybe I was trying to correct the issue and wipe my own memory or damage my own memory because I thought it would fix the problem.
Yeah, maybe. I kind of figured that you joined them because they woke us up. You were curious about them. I didn't want to say that because it's started to go on just yourself.
Well, yeah. See,
Maybe that,
I'm still trying to discover my character itself. You know,
yeah, maybe that's part of the way you operate as Exile. Maybe that's the thing you do.
get to know what intrigues me.
Yeah, maybe being the supply trade liaison person, the logistics quartermaster you are sort of whoever person that has needs your character.
Hmm, there's always that possibility.
He's like the diplomat, big things. So yeah, you could be that could be part of how you get supplies. You get to know them a little better so that you can develop a relationship. And maybe damaged. You don't really know why you did it. Maybe you joined them because you damaged because you maybe normally would just gain some sort of wires crossed. You got confused about what you were supposed to do. And the rest of the Exile was like, oh, well, I don't have those files. So, it was a good thing. Because of the operation. They do. But yeah, I figure, at least the way I was planning to play, I would be, I'm fine with you as staff on here. Eventually, I do realize players will find, I want that to be sort of like, oh, how many episodes? Where I don't want to just tell people where they're at. Why? So they can find. If you want to come here and prepare your ship and find out Exo's like and make a trade for some cobalt, I'm fine with that. But yeah, I don't want to just take free stuff.
yeah, I mean it fits. It fits the storyline too.
Yeah, normally I would have said no, but because you said you were space characters and stuff, fine. Because my character wouldn't be like, no, we're not gonna let Exile live. But as far as Federation revolutionaries and like the normal ones that are, you don't necessarily, at least I don't, my character doesn't have careers. I don't really trust them because they basically, why would you let them near our main ring?
They're meatbags.
Maybe we trust the Federation because they woke us up, but they also didn't really know what they didn't do. They didn't even know what they meant. So yeah, I don't trust the other factions, even though I know that there's some conflicts. My character isn't one. I mean, you're showing things. I kind of figure, being, the Federation, maybe you would consider it now if they were making your careers like, yeah, you would be very, hard. I don't actually have regular tickets. But I've never met him in the game.
Who, Dewey?
I haven't had him. What's up?
Who, Dewey?
Yeah, I've met him as admin, my character, and then outside of teleport.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to separate the two.
Yeah, because I'm thinking he really doesn't like my robot.
I don't think he cares. Yeah, I kind of figure if I teleport to someone, I'm an admin. Now, if I teleport there, play survival with them, then maybe I'll role play a little bit. But that doesn't mean my character gets survival join their faction necessarily. Same way your character that you will be able to survival. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm really just playtesting at that point. I'm not actually playing in faction as well. Say I join the Federation and I go driving around with somebody, just ride around. I'm just seeing what it's like over there. I'm not actually playing as survival Federation. That's why I sort of try to keep my gameplay separate. Because if I am playtesting with somebody, I am generally using those other modes. The other ticks. I may, if I'm playtesting with somebody and I want to see, and I'm not just playtesting by myself, I'm thinking out of the box, like, I probably have a more safe zone to check and use alternatives to check, or at least I may end up checking off something else as well if I need to do something with players, or if I have no hydrated, lots of plays or whatever, and I'm just following them to see what's going on, because I want to see, like, maybe if they have feedback or something, then I'm checking out creative, just like in survival mode. I'm in creative, so I don't survive. So yeah, I play the game much differently when I'm not playing. This is kind of weird to say. I'm not doing survival. In survival, I'm just doing playing anything that I haven't. Like you know where the Federation is. Sort of. discover where they live exactly yet. Because I can't just like fly there and go meet. I turn off all my GPS, my flight survival, my Exile GPS.
Yeah, I typically turn off all my GPS.
That's how I typically play servers when I play as admin, and I also play as survival player too. I keep my admin GPSs and my player GPSs separate, and I just pretend as a player that I don't have that information. Because it's something that I got by being an admin and if I'm playing survival.
Well, see, the GPS that I sent you with the gold, silver, and platinum, I actually found that in survival as a player.
Yeah, no, you only played survival, so.
Yeah.
Of course, that'd be the case, yeah. Yeah, my character is interested in Cobalt, so it's Cobalt, so I'll take that. Thank you. So, I don't know what you're thinking, but I think character definitely be some kind of spy guys. My character thinks it's cool.
Well, it did seem kind of ironic that the first thing that I ran into was cobalt, gold, and uranium.
Pretty nice.
The very first asteroid I went to, that's what I found.
Oh, wow. That's lucky.
Yeah, I'm going, and nothing showed up until I got like 3 ship lengths into the asteroid because I was just mining for stone, and then all of a sudden they popped up. So I'm like, okay.
That's awesome. You Cobalt. You go in the landing gear. You're able to make your repairs. Space. None of you need to use it except for something that have one to use. Not in the station or anything. So if you decide that you're able to repair space, that's good. You don't have your
Well, no, I'm actually, I wanted to grab some gold because there wasn't a whole lot of cobalt, but I got a lot of stone, and of course I need stone and cobalt to repair my ship, but I have no way, to refine the cobalt.
Well, I guess you are. Tell me that eventually. Sure. Right?
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I guess you're going to tell me that eventually.
Yeah, when, why isn't my ship turning? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm to the point to where I couldn't land if I wanted to. Because
You can't land one?
well, my drill, I'm so full that my drills are near at capacity.
Oh, okay. Well, you get up. Work out some stuff.
Well, I'm headed over to the HQ in space.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Because maybe there's a way. Is there a way that I can refine there?
No, it's just a hotel. Not the XOATU. It's
Oh, XO Hotel. Yeah, I see.
yeah, it's a hotel. It's actually a hotel. Like legit, it's a hotel.
Okay.
There's ice there. You know, much stuff. Players want to high ice below their ship. There's 5 rooms that players can stay in. One of them occupied. And the doors are locked. It's unlocked now, but it's only, I think it's unshared. So we have a base master to so there's 4 rooms available for people. There's one time.
Well, as long as I won't get shot there, I'm good.
There's restrooms, which you don't need to use, I guess it's your quad.
Yeah.
There's showers, which you don't need to use. There is video games there. Table, I think, on table. Like record areas down the main room.
But is there a jukebox?
There is the box.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's pretty minimalistic as far as what's available there in terms of things to do. It's not really meant to be a survival area. It's actually what I used to like verify that the traits properly. Or what it originally was available. And then I kind of just left it there because I ended up loading the bedroom. It's kind of a nice place. I think I may leave it. Oh, that's like maybe not in the end in the Exile area. Maybe I'll get another admin area, proper, a larger, nicer for players to start in. If it's feel like they're crap, they can crap a little bit. Sizable. Not feel like they're in the tiny jail. And give them something to do, like giving them access and all type of things like we did in the beauty box and house like it's a lot while they figure out what actually going to be on. But I'm not sure. I kind of feel like the player area, that's going to be a player area where players come and they redo their station. Maybe that's where the Exo NPC does his trading. It doesn't have to be like the other factions quarter. Maybe the Exo NPC is like a free trade thing. We sort of decided we were doing a trade zone like the other factions, and then we were going to have our own trade area that's inside our headquarters. But honestly, our headquarters is not really an active supper spot. But it's not really, you'll see when you get here. There's not really like the same here in the same, like, I could put another NPC in here, we already have one there. He's a robot. I don't necessarily feel like we would have a human NPC or a robot. No robot trader. Maybe like a strange hand in the base. Got very for us. But yeah, I think we can just make do without a trader. Without a robot.
Well,
I got else. I gotta build something else, I guess.
you already have this hotel made, right? And I'm going to be a trader. And you were talking about having the traders have their own basic trade station.
Built in survival, though. Right?
Well, I can build one in survival.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do trading as well. I'm gonna build nothing creative place. If I wanna trade, I'm gonna have to build up to that. As a survival player, and release the trade station myself. Build all everything in there nicely. I'm gonna make a buffer for that's an admin non-survival area aside from that players can come in there and buy ice.
That's primarily what I'm after right now.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that. I can give you the GPS out there, but not like it's where you want.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, I told people that they need ice and they're in space and they need to stop off at the hotel. They're welcome. But yeah, I probably should rename it for the reasons I probably give it to another faction. Make it a hotel. The funny thing is the cannon space is distracting me because I can't see you because I haven't discovered them. The other people, I don't think any of them are really necessarily, I don't know, independent settlers. Deliver service, fuel, and contract. Actually, that sounds like a good factor for me. Because that's what the place provides. That's no hotel provides that. They provide ice, which is fuel and oxygen. They also have contracts with them. They don't have components and tools, but they don't have to necessarily do that at the station. You know?
Now, here's something that's funny. This station that you built was like you built it for my ship.
I didn't build it. I just built the inside.
Because the white part of the landing pad encompasses my drills and my landing gear.
Nice.
And my connector fits just right there.
Good stuff.
It's pretty cool. It's funny.
Yeah, I don't remember if it is exactly. I can find out. There was a keen trade station contest for developing trade stations for Keen, and I don't think he won that particular one. But out of the different entries in the contest, I mean, one of them are zero and eight now. I didn't care for the vast majority of them, meaning two that I sort of liked, and I thought that one was the nicest by far. So I grabbed that one, and then I kept the functionality of the blocks, the only one that met all the requirements in the outline. That actually was the way that they said the requirements are going to be accepted. So we need to build all the original. And I thought it was a nice design, like the way it shapes, and just the whole way it's set up.
I was getting ready to buy ice from the station, and I happened to look up, and what do I see? An asteroid filled with ice.
Oh, nice. Cool. But, yeah, I figured, there's not many stations that are well laid out like that, especially with a nice big open area. I like how he did his ventilation. Ventilation is hidden inside the walls. But it's also airtight. It has like a maintenance area that's separate. I like maintenance areas that are separate from the rest of the station.
I built a station that started off with just a big rectangle in space. I added a control chair and I converted it to a station, and then I removed the control chair, and then I put connectors on, and then I put another layer of heavy armor blocks, and then I put grates over the connectors so you couldn't go over to the connectors and try to pull stuff out, but you could still land and trade. And then to the left, I created a glass enclosed airtight space that had projector tables, a medical bay, ATMs, contract blocks, store blocks, O2 generators, medical facilities, and then I had in the middle of the contracts, I had a survival kit that was covered by clear LCDs that said, "In case of emergency, break glass."
Oh yeah, you showed me that. That was a good.
Yeah, and that was a blast to build. Um, and then there's another one that I built early on um, that I started off on an asteroid. It was just like, I think, 20 blocks, 20 heavy armor blocks, and then all four sides I used angle blocks to come out to the top, and then I made a platform, and then I made a landing area, four landing areas, that would you could dock medium-sized ships, and then I made another level with four connectors for heavy ships with rear and front connectors. And then I put the control tower, and then on the bottom of that is where I put the O2 generators and the oxygen tanks. And then I had two other wings that were for manufacturing, and another wing that was for refining, and then I had another wing that was for medical bays, and then I had the other one that was for your hibernation chambers and stuff like that and whatnot. It took me like 4 months to make.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
It was fun to build. I had LCDs all over the place.
Awesome.
But I don't really like building big. I don't know why. It just
It's a lot.
it gives me a headache.
I generally build smaller, parts of the computer. I want it smoothly and everything smaller, better for me. I have like a big computer, so I can't deal with the base. Really, if a ship is more than base, if it's much more than 10,000 blocks, at least on my old computer, I don't know about this one, but I'm guessing not far that way from it. You go over 10,000 blocks on it, it starts getting to be a little bit much. It lags other players out. And if you have a good computer, the sheets for you. Build pretty much every ship, including a carrier. Carrier gets a little harder. It's pretty kind of bigger. So sometimes you get a lot. It's totally possible to build a light carrier that is like a decent size and stay under 10,000.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that co-op will serve build. We're getting close to 10,000 blocks, but we do have a full-size carrier with hangar, for connector, sorts of stuff. I think we had like 2 decks or something and 2 levels. Decent size. We were 10,000 blocks. I don't know if I got that backward. These are levels of decks. It basically had 7. What is it on the carrier for a ship? Your decks are unique, right?
Yeah, well, you have 7 above and 9 to 11 below.
Yeah.
And on some of your newer carriers,
Levels, don't they?
no, they call them decks.
Above, the ones above are called decks, and below are called levels.
No, they're called decks. You have your above decks
no,
and your
above
below
decks.
decks. Yeah, and
Oh, okay.
the flight deck is what separates the above deck from the below deck.
Oh, okay, so I said it correctly.
Yeah.
Sort of. In any case, yeah, it's possible to do. I had another friend who built a carrier, and he really didn't want to move under 10,000 blocks. And I told him that you definitely could. It's bigger. It's much bigger than the carrier that it might be slightly over, but I think it's about 10%. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1,809 something like that. So you can get a nice ship that our limit here is usually I would limit your size to 1,000.
Okay.
50,000 is someone's not happy with that. So
If they're not happy with it, too bad, huh?
yeah, 50,000 blocks is a lot of blocks for a ship.
It is.
Yeah. You can't finish your ship with 50,000 blocks, and you should be creative. But I don't think that any ship not going to be pumped. Someone have a 50,000 block ship, I wouldn't want to be. I'm not going to be able to see anything because their ship's going to lag out the game. Plus, everyone else that's like 3v3. 5 of us are probably not going to be able to go to the game.
Right.
And the person in that ship's going to lag too, right? So, when their ship starts to blow apart, if somebody, like, even though there's little fracture pieces, fracture quite hard. Ship-sized fracture pieces that are floating around through space, active. Whatever you going off that.
Damn sinuses. I need small steel tubes so I can make parachutes. The only way I can get small steel tubes is by building a mini base.
Yeah, you could also come land. Want to.
Land where?
Well, you requested to land at the Exile area.
Well, I'm docked at the Exo station,
Yeah.
but I can't
I
build.
thought you meant land here, like at our headquarters. I should change the name of that. I don't have anything on me.
Right, but I'm overloaded, I'm overweight, so I need to put parachutes on my ship so when I touch down I don't destroy my ship.
Yep, I'm gonna go into creative mode. I didn't really think about it. I said that I'm trading. I'm gonna go fix the station name and set it to that new trash. Because that's not really an Excel station.
Just call it hotel.
Yeah, as far as how I originally said I wasn't going to play survival, I was going to do admin stuff, and probably not going to be logged into the server that much, because I was just going to do stuff. And then things sort of changed, and I ended up later on spawning in that server after Brad said that he wanted to really play survival. I was like, maybe I will do it. So maybe we can like co-op a station of space or something on Earth. And I was like, maybe I'll just build my own base and screwing around one day, and I just put out the whole interior. Actually, it's kind of nice. I just haven't felt like making it. I started using all that I filled out. So, maybe sort of 2 nights it should probably be in it. Go ahead and transfer it. Other business, it's temporary, but I saw people in maintenance before. They installed like a maintenance closet when they first started the game.
Oh shit.
I was like, oh yeah. And, that's cool. So we have this here. Guys, are you here? Oh,
Yeah, I'm docked. I'm landed.
okay.
But I'm in my ship.
And I will just set my room sign.
Yeah, I'm waiting for stone to refine so I have room.
Gotcha.
Now, if you wanted to, you could put a buy order on the store block.
What's up?
If you wanted to, you could always put a buy order on the store block.
I don't think we're following each other, but that's okay.
No, I mean, if you wanted to put a buy order for cobalt on the store block, I could sell the cobalt.
My character's never been here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I just came here to change. I just switched his head, but I just need to change the station, and it's separate. It's not a real association. I'm gonna put a sign up by the admin area director, so that people show up here, they understand what's going on. I just have a real correct admin rare components like my painful.
I see.
So I won't pay for it. Yeah, but this is not being an association. But I will. So my character wouldn't be willing to put a buy order if he had number one, if he had enough money. I don't have enough money to afford, actually, number one. I think I only have like credits somehow. So I definitely can afford a buy order for me. All that matters. Number two, my character doesn't have a spaceship to fly here, so that's just a small issue.
So why doesn't your character have a spaceship to fly there?
Because you have to build a spaceship to fly space.
And you don't know how to build a spaceship because that's left. That's because you're not a pilot.
You mean my character? No, is what you mean.
Right. Because you're not the engineer and you're not the pilot.
I thought you were saying, I don't know, I was like, built a rocket on a server? That's just for fun things. You can build something like that.
I gotcha.
I don't know why I was thinking in that direction.
I gotcha. Okay.
No, I was just confused. It was sorry, it's getting late here. In any case, my character, may or may not have engineering skill. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. I'm just playing the survival game. I'm playing solo, so that's built so that they actually together and stuff. Like it's different plays with Michael. He hasn't played. He played our a year ago, and well over a year since he's played Space.
I see.
Yeah, he was new to the game at that point, so it's still new to the game in general. Not really played pure survival server. Also on the co-op build server, we started out with supplies. I think I did like a supply drop. Also, I think everyone pretty much had creative mode. You know, in case someone needs to fix something,
Right.
ship gets stuck or whatever. On a co-op build server with just friends and not just accepting anyone. Yeah, I created. They could fix their ships and stuff. They got it.
Oh wow, it turns out I got more cobalt than I thought. So far I've got 103K.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like I've got about 115K cobalt and almost 200K gold, and then maybe about 90K uranium. But I ended up drilling way too much stone.
Cool. That isn't too emergency or anything. If I gave the room that's my room hotel administration.
There you go. That works.
Yeah. They can go and they put up. Now this is no longer. Now the independent. I use Exile. Yeah, because it gives me. It's like agricultural stuff. I'm here looking. Usually, if I'm here, I'm just wandering around. I'm not paying attention.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for everybody.
like I said, I'm just waiting to get enough room so I can go get ice.
Makes sense.
Because I've only got 10K, and that's really not going to give me enough ice.
Gotcha. Did that show up properly for you? Their usual news?
Yeah.
Cool.
But you have an antenna and you have a beacon. The beacon still reads Exile Hotel.
Yeah. Oh, it does for you? It hasn't updated yet?
But it does say IDSL Hotel as well.
Yeah, that's your GPS. That's not your beacon. The one that said Exile Hotel, but yes. So we did. Not mine.
Well, that's a strange place to have it update.
What, on my end?
Yeah, on your end.
Well, I can update it for everyone.
No, think about what you just said literally. It updated on your end, as in your ass.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure which end you're talking about.
Oh my god. That's a hell of a way to make a good joke even better. No, I'm a sailor, so everything is crude.
Makes sense.
Let's see here. That's actually quite a bit more than I expected, honestly.
Final. So are you character in space?
Am I what?
Are you out of character? Are you doing your character stuff in space? Or down to the surface?
Oh, I'm going to be headed back towards the planet. It's just like I said, I needed to make room because I mined too much stone and I actually need the iron. So I'm just kind of sitting here until I get enough room, and then I'm going back to the planet to trade the cobalt.
Oh, okay, cool. I was trying to figure out what whether I'm going back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in survival. Because I mean, Red and I sort of playing together. He went into PvE, and I.
Well, yeah, it's you and I seem to be able to play fairly well together, and I figure why not try to help you set the scenario up the way that you want to, and maybe people get involved. Maybe they'll start getting into it and see that if you and I are willing to do it, why not join in? It might be fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure Red will argue eventually. I had him as like guest, like an NPC player in my games and given him some license, creative license, a little bit more than. I mean, some players could get away with that if they wanted to be creative. I would let them, but I sort of let him get away with maybe a little. I just went with it. He played this character that which one of us made it up? I think it's Paul. He ended up being like a wandering healer. He just happened to always show up where he needed the most. It was just random. He would pop in and he was always like on
Right on.
runs or whatever.
Oh, like Aladdin?
Had some plan.
Aladdin with Genie?
Not really like Aladdin. He was a human. He was like a younger human. He was a young cleric that had like a rough childhood. His parents gone, and he was raised by a priest in one of the towns that the party had visited, and he wasn't really doing the same thing the party was doing. Sort of had his own like MO as far as he would be interested in doing, but he would randomly show up and be like, well, I got this thing I'm doing, and I'm sort of going in the same direction as you, so I'll travel with you for a while. And then they would get to where they were going, like, well, I got all the other things to take care of. I'll see you guys later, maybe. And then sometime they might see him on the thing as they're traveling around. He would show up again. So at one point they were all hurt. They just got like party had just gotten attacked by snakes or something. Someone did poorly with their survival skills. I don't remember the exact scenario that happened, but yeah, I think it was snakes, and they were low level characters at that point. I remember what it was. It wasn't. They got attacked by assassins.
Oh.
Of course, I would have assassins follow my low-level party around.
Shit.
Kidnap the party.
You're
But
just evil.
I didn't want to start the campaign with like you don't have a choice and you're already kidnapped. So I had like these low-level NPCs with essentially GM level poisons, following kidnap attempt to attempt to kidnap them. I had a plan to try to kind of get things going into a certain direction by kidnapping the party, and then like an encounter that I wanted to have them to have, and they ended up having the encounter, and eventually, anyways, it was just different. But yeah, they one of the people got hit with poison dart, and was like unconscious, and then they needed someone with like special healing skills to like figure out rare poison, and a couple other of them, they were out of their ability to like heal and do all the things, and then he showed up and was like, oh, by the way, I we all healed up and everything. And then he was like, oh, I've been fighting hobgoblins and kicked their ass and all this stuff. And he's like drunk and everything. The party was like really suspicious of him too. It's kind of funny. And he was like, oh yeah, I know like hobgoblins. And I'm like, now this guys just got their ass fucking kicked. And you're sending them into some weird cave with hobgoblins. The party's like, you know, we're hurt pretty bad. Like, we just want to chill out and recover. We need a long rest. It's getting to be nighttime. And then I, like, ran and rolled a bad lightning storm. Like, a storm came and they had to, like, abandon their campsite, and they ended up going into the hobgoblin cave. Kind of funny.
Yeah, I remember days like that with D&D. It's just thinking about it though is kind of a mixed blessing for me.
What, remembering the days?
Yeah, see, that's actually how my dad met his last wife. Was because she was one of the last people that we invited to her group to play D&D. She was a college student. I was in college, I think I was 15 and a half or something like that. I was in college studying computer science at Hancock. And she was some type of math protege. And she was absolutely stupefied that I could do the advanced calculus at the time, and I never even took calculus. And then she found out that it was my dad that taught me how to do it. And those two ended up, she was 23, my dad was like 58 or something like that.
Yeah.
And she started coming over more and more, and then eventually they went out on a date. And just about the time that I left, they were engaged to be married. They got married when I was in the service.
Nice.
Her sister had a thing for me. Oh my God, did she have a thing for me. She wrote me every day that I was in the service. I mean, every day. She had it for me bad. And she was a beautiful blonde chick, too. And her name was Mary. And when I came back out of the service, we dated for a while. And then one day she just comes in. She says, I want to know if you plan on marrying me. And I said, well, if I do get married, it's not going to be for a while. And she says, well, I want to be married now. I said, I'm not ready to get married. Well, a week later, she got married to some Air Force guy. You know?
Well, she told you what her expectations were.
Yeah, and I was disappointed, you know, because I was like 19, 20 years old.
Yeah.
And I'd already had two businesses going at that time. One of them I started before I went into the service. My dad kept it running for me. The other one I started the day I got out of the service. And she knew my family history and that kind of thing. And she wanted to be able to have sex and have babies. I mean, but her family was fairly pious. And they were really, yeah, they were really rich too.
She was pretty wise to put that around. You're different. Like if you are half sane.
Oh yeah, she was very honorable and upfront.
Yeah, you care about your children at all. You have the mental sense. You give a fuck about the kids you're gonna have. You should get married. You should not just
Right. And
like a lot of
she, what she didn't tell me was that she had met this Air Force guy, but she had told him that she was in love with somebody else.
yeah.
And when she got the chance, she would have a conversation and find out. And when I told her that I wasn't ready to get married, she was, so she went out and got married. And they were together for 19 years before he started cheating on her.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and it was one of those things. I still have a soft spot in my heart for her. You know, I always will, because I cared for her a lot. I cared for her enough to be honest with her.
Yep.
And I could call her up right now and talk to her.
That's nice.
And
That's just how things are supposed to be.
yeah, now the girl that I really wanted to marry and that I wanted to be with, her name was Jennifer Williams. She was the most knockout, gorgeous Celtic redhead, but she was an American. But her family was Celtic in origin. And she was an Irish redhead, but she was born in America. And she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Well, she was 19. Anyway, and I was 20, 21, something like that. Well, my best friend at the time, Jose Sandoval, who ended up being arrested for murder, lied to her, and she believed his lies, and I lost her because of it. And he came back and bragged to me about it before we got into the last fight. And I told him, I says, if your lies can sway her away from me, then she wasn't meant for me. And I said, because if somebody cares about me, there's nothing that anybody can say that will change that. Because they'll know the real me. And if she doesn't know the real me after 3 years, she never will. And I'm better off without her.
Probably.
Well, we'd never slept together either. We'd been together 3 years and we never slept together.
Yeah.
And
sometimes best to like obviously you have the like your other Ramparts are telling you about surprise. I guess what I meant to say.
yeah, it's just, if it's the way it's meant to be, it's the way it's meant to be. And ultimately, everything that's happened to me in my life was meant to, because it led me to Diana.
Yeah.
And if those things hadn't happened, Diana wouldn't be in my life.
Yeah, I think if you have that non-modern traditional attitude that maybe you love, then there may be something to that. That's true. What that is, we don't, maybe we know. We don't necessarily know for sure.
I, I just call it common sense.
Yeah, no, just because people love, that doesn't mean they need to get married. You can feel like actual love that lasts until not something that just happens. You don't have to agree, and maybe
wasn't ready to get married.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to lie to her. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Well,
Corrupt.
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
That was generally the more traditional view of marriage. Of course, now in modern times, it's not kind of up the other spectrum. Obviously, there's a bit of both. It's where obviously you need love to something.
Hi, Mr. Corrupt Experimental Drone.
Oh, nice. You know, that's your mental bother you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think that very unfortunately, ended up being a situation where you're with someone where it's just really stuff. And that happens. They figure out a way to make it tolerable. But I don't think that's the scenario most of the time. I don't think that the tries to make it work. They just give up.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm a lot different. I'm a toned down version of the person that I used to be. I'm still as intense, but I've settled down as far as my ability to not allow everything to be the most important thing to me. You know what I mean? And that only happens with age, and experience.
Yeah.
But when you're young, your emotions and you're high strung and your adrenaline are all so prominent and so powerful.
Yeah. Good thing. Should accomplish it. Figure time that.
Now, as many times that corruption drone hits the force field, you would think that it would destroy them.
Yeah, the safety on just protects you. They're blacklisted. The way it works. Rather than whitelisting it.
Okay, so what I've got going on here now, let me check my inventory. Um, okay, all my drills are empty. And I have less than 400k stone. Okay, I can. Okay. Um, am I going to be landing on the exoplanet or the exo base or the Federation base? Okay, because I don't think I have the GPS for that anymore. So I can wait until you get back. need the GPS for the Exo base?
You asked me in character.
If I do that, then I'll have to ask you in chat.
Yeah, I can whisper you the coordinates.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask you in chat.
Guess what?
What?
I got silver and I made medical costs.
Oh shit.
Yeah, finally I could repair my survival.
You say something like encrypted transmission imminent or whatever.
Yeah, I sent you a message.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
GLZ. Nice, you're gonna try to outrun.
Yeah. It's pretty easy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can go faster. Usually what happens with me is I end up screwing up my ship in combat is playing black. It's not good, like it's just really not. I end up like flagging out in the middle of combat. That can mean I end up inside asteroids. Emotions. Shit's moving out of control. PvP is kind of one of those things that's kind of funny. And I don't do it that much, so I would have the same reaction now. Especially in a different game. But if you want to get rid of that feeling that you don't like, you just have to keep it like yourself. Situations. And eventually you just don't have that reaction.
I just don't like it. Yeah, I've done a lot of PvP in my day. It's not something that I like. It's fun at times, but again, it's that whole confrontation thing that I don't like.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of confrontations. But yeah, eventually, if you just keep doing it and you train, you have to train. You do train with your friends or your people, maybe your sort of your comrades. You train out all of the stuff, all of the stuff you don't like about the game, just like part of your training, it's just like real life training. And then it's not really a big, you don't really think about it being a complication. That's six step you train to do those things. That's how we always did it in PvP games at least. You want to be a top of your game. You want to be the leading. You have to train on like comms discipline and stuff like that. That's actually one of the most important. Actually, want to win in the have to have the stringent comms discipline. The thing that we found, we started just that Exile game I was telling you about. This wasn't so well because, well, my guys, we needed to hurt this way more like, the guy that I was telling you about, that was the sort of maintaining. Basically, if you're talking, you're not one, you're giving the information that the comms will yell at you. I would yell at you. If I was making anything not personal, you may need to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The fastest way to get people back on track. Yeah, if you're not the target caller, you don't have like some kind of emergency information. No one needs to hear what you have to say. That's just how it is.
Yeah, it's the way it is on Eve.
Yeah. You have to have a conversation. If you have some important information, like I need healing, call that out. If you're on the target caller, other things like, oh wow, did you think about whatever, such and such, or I need to go get myself years. Like, no, we don't care. We're trying to win a battle. We don't care. In fact, why are you even drinking? Like, honestly, if your whole team is fucking high, you're on it. Drink after the battle. Don't drink right when the battle's about to start or in the middle of the battle. Stuff like when we're about to win, but it's still undecided. No, that's not the time to go get.
Yeah, you either drink before or after. You don't drink during.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we had some issues with guys. We still ended up, but yeah, I don't like that. I prefer like militaristic type of managing stuff like that, and people having discipline. Not just calm discipline, like personal discipline and controlling their behavior, not showing up to the battle, really fucked up.
Oh, our captain, when I was on the Kennedy, our captain would do stupid shit. We were in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and he did a simulated attack while the entire crew was on shore leave. And you basically had 20 minutes to get back to the ship before the ship was going to leave port. And if you were not on the ship before the deck was pulled up, you were going to be UA. And you would get a captain's mass.
Yeah. How'd that go? People were right back to the ship.
Didn't matter how drunk you were.
Yeah, you still have to show up.
You have to show up and you have to do your job, no matter your condition. If not, you get written up. If you're drunk and you can't do your job, you get cited for insubordination, dereliction of duty, and destruction of government property.
Makes sense.
That happened to me twice.
Oh?
Yeah. You get put on restriction for a couple of weeks or get a $60 fine or something like that.
Yeah, makes sense.
But now when I tried to throw that senior chief off the flight deck, that was a little different. Because, simply because I openly told the captain my intent, he had no choice but to remove me from the ship and put me in prison or put me in jail or whatever. So I spent I spent 9 months in Quantico, Virginia, in the brig. But that was because I admitted that I tried to kill the senior chief. But
You didn't know what?
that I tried to kill the senior chief.
Oh, okay.
But I also told him why. And the captain, at first he didn't believe me. And then I showed him all the chits that backed up my story. And then I kind of told him the story and what had been happening to me. And that's when he busted the senior chief right down to a third-class petty officer right in front of me, and then forced him to retire, and basically said, in light of the circumstances, he wasn't going to kick me out of the Navy, but he couldn't have somebody like that on his ship.
That makes sense.
So I was transferred to Anacostia Naval Air Base and started working in the Pentagon. So yeah, that was not exactly a punishment.
That makes sense.
Because where the helicopter is that the vice president normally used for official duties and the Presidential Honor Guard, that's Anacostia Naval Air Station.
Makes sense.
And I was stationed there for 1.5 years. Doing what? Working at the Pentagon as an operations specialist. Which was...
That's the job you originally wanted to do.
Right, and basically...
You finally got to do it.
Yeah, and basically I sat in a chair and answered the phone and relayed the information and the data to the appropriate department.
Makes sense.
It was a little more than a glorified secretary because I took calls from around the world, and when the different theaters of operation, I would have to know the right people to relay the information to. I'd have to be able to interpret the information correctly, blah, blah, blah.
It's funny that some, like, we have these ideas in our head about, like, you know, the importance of, like, an artist that does something that is popular, like, what a secretary is. Like, a secretary can be a very job. Like, it can be one of the most important jobs in nature. It can be something that makes or breaks an entire multiple, depending on how much the secretary's job is.
Right.
So, just because you're a secretary, it doesn't drop off. Sometimes the secretary can be as important as, like, top level president, CEO. A lot of times their secretary is like the brains.
Now, I was an operations specialist, but an operations specialist is actually also an information specialist.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because you have to know how your enemy operates. You also have to know how your company operates.
Yeah. Not everyone has.
So not only did I have to have a solid understanding of how the government actually worked, I had to know where all the skeletons were buried so I could do my job.
Makes sense.
Which is why most operations specialists become members of the CIA, is because their ability to disseminate information.
Makes sense.
And that was my ultimate goal, was to become a CIA operative.
Oh.
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a spy.
Yeah, I think you're gonna.
Yeah, and it didn't quite work out like I wanted to, but it worked out the way it needed to, I suppose. Because when I got out of the service, I was able to get into my true calling, which was electronics and computers and technology. I contributed a lot over the time, even if it was just ideas, to increase technology. However, my ideas and my methods were abused in ways that I didn't even consider. And now I regret sharing those ideas because I see what it's done to our country.
Oh.
And I could tell you that I was the one that invented the way cell phones are now at the ripe young age of 7 years old.
You mean GPSs or with their ability to
Smartphones. That was my idea. Down to
GPSs?
all of it.
Oh, okay.
Miniaturizing computers, turning them into a communication device with their own version of apps that you use every day, and outdating your old computer technology to force people into using this newer quote unquote technology, which is basically no different than a computer, just miniaturized, with the same functionality but less access.
Okay.
So
you were thinking that fine, or were you?
design, function, and versatility. And how to make it a modular platform, so even though the technology itself might be outdated, it would still continue to be functional for 20, 30 years. And that went to the miniaturization of the electronics, the power source, how to develop the LCD screens, the different compounds to use, blah, blah, blah. And this is something that my dad and I worked out together. Well, my dad let me choose who I sent that information to. And at the time, Bill Gates was a good business model.
Yeah.
At the time, this is back in the 80s.
Yeah.
But what they did is they said, oh, thank you for the information. They applied everything that my father wrote out. We didn't receive a single cent for it.
Yeah.
Because there was no law about stealing intellectual property at the time.
Yeah. Well, it's
So that was the second time in my life that the industry had ripped me off of becoming a gazillionaire.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, they're parasites. They're not like workers.
So
That's how they operate.
So now, I don't even try to make money off of my ideas. I find somebody that I think is worthwhile, and I'll share an idea or two or three with them that I think that could eventually make them a lot of money if they pay attention.
Yeah. If you're seeing that
You know, I don't have a problem sharing.
Guess what?
What?
Guess what?
What?
I had that bug. I don't have built in repair. Where my now that I have it, just needs me. I think it's those generators. It's the airtight O2 generator modules. That's causing the flux to go to 2%. Because I don't have nanobot built in repair. Not even created about it. I take that back. I built it in survival in creative mode to stick the block down to see if it crashes once, but I can't say that 100%. I'm not sure, I don't even know if I really tested this mod to get on it. I don't recall. I think I just put it on because Stone had it on. I figured it's not going to make me crash the server.
Now, do you have the
I shouldn't even trust in that much. But I've talked to him.
you have the aerodynamics mod on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened is my module on my refinery went to that weird state where I turned it down to get it to 2%.
Okay, that's one issue. Now that's funny you should mention it because I had both the small versions, the O2 and the oxygen tanks on my base.
Yeah, I don't have both versions. Now I'm going to look at it. I think it's actually on the balance. Take a look at what he's doing. I think it's a crossplay thing. Never happened. Might not be aware that it is. Has a bug. It could just be a vanilla bug that affects all things. I think we might be related. Sure. I'm not going to be able to figure it out. I have a feeling it may be related. Yeah, I can find out, right?
I have a couple of different ideas.
I can remove the upgradable O2H2 generator. See if this still happens.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, and the modules are still doing that for people, and that's still a thing that's happening, and I know it's not a lot of equipment to go. Same as your assembler, their assembler is still getting that weird thing, I know it's not the production assembler. Yeah, that's the only way you can really navigate it. Kind of frustrating that modules are crazy.
Now it's probably a good thing I have hydrogen tanks on my ship, so that at least I'll float in the water. Okay, I'm in gravity. I am slowing down. So I'm glad I waited. And let the stone reduce. to burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
But generally, if you stay under 80 kilometers,
You have them being okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it mainly you have slightly decent around ship. Not a lot to worry about. Mainly people generating a lot of heat because of drag and spray.
Well, I have enough thrust. I can, as long as I can continue to stop my ship in the different gravity.
Yeah, as long as you can slow down your ship.
But I'm not sure at what point you actually hit the atmosphere.
At some point. That bubble that you see in space,
Uh huh.
where the atmosphere starts to get very around the cloud level. It technically does go higher than that, and it does in space too. But your atmosphere uses all of their efficiency after past that. There, it's pretty, you might as well just know. Past that. Better observation.
8 kilometers out. Who joined the faction?
Decent. I guess it's not really very good at it. I mean, they're gone. They left both.
I think I did say welcome to him.
They're gone. But in any case, it doesn't matter. Honestly, I don't care. I should care, but I can't make the entire thing.
I was at 4,500 meters. I was at 40. I was at 4,500 meters when the aerodynamics mod kicked in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we are kind of in the middle, trying to maybe anything, not dying, crashing. so I don't really expect you to ride to do it. Duty is the one that said, remember, not paying attention to when action. Find them.
Well, he did say hi to somebody.
Even before you join, that happens. He said hi to you. I didn't see him say hello to someone else. I think you really realize.
Now, I noticed that you don't really have a safe zone. No, you don't.
Oh, I agree with it small.
Oh, I just don't see it yet then.
Yeah, I don't get a message with join factions. I can see when they connect to the server, but then the interaction with me.
Yeah, it'll tell me when they join my faction, usually.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, the game just froze. Oh, it just froze.
I'll see you in the sky.
I'm 2.6 kilometers out. My antennas are off. Okay, cleared up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
You should see me now. You should see the Federation antenna.
Do you see me? Do you see more stuff like that? Oh, I see you now. Nice. Being able to,
Yeah, I just don't want to land on Red Hot Fury.
oh, yeah, where it says landing zone.
Um,
I don't think you can go into the safe zone.
yeah, I don't even see where it says landing zone.
Oh, I sent you GPS to LZ.
I see high yield furnace.
Yeah, come over here. Did you turn the landing area?
Oh, now I see it. Okay.
How do you got here? Yeah, come over the landing area. Yeah, I can't really do a whole lot with HQ. Anyways, my stuff's over here, so I figured you were moving repairs and stuff.
What did I just hit? So I'm out of the safe zone, right?
I mean, I don't think you can go into the safe zone, man. You're not in the exit paragraph back. Can you? You can even let you in there. I don't think it does. Not set up for the Federation. It's our start area. It's just like yours. It's just for Exile there. I can fight with you first.
Oh, as long as I don't get attacked, I'm good. Otherwise, I'm going to dig a hole.
Oh, it's safe here. I don't even think we have guns. I mean, the safe zone has guns. I don't.
Okay.
If it wasn't safe, I would guns on here. Another word.
had some place that I could dock, I could offload some of this cobalt.
What do you want to figure out the whole trade thing? I was just talking to you in the game.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's just talk about stuff. So what's up? You got bears you need to do?
I tried to take care of as many of them as I could. I think I got most of them. Let me check my systems here. It looks like, unless I have blocks that got destroyed, it looks like I did manage to get them all.
I'm gonna go recharge and ride something.
I can share my survival kit.
I was even things were powering down.
Oh.
You know how it is. Feel free to come in through the refinery and stuff. I'll take a look around. You can see what we have. But you can use whatever amount of cobalt. You know, spare for it. Come up into the passenger doors. We're
Yeah, I'm making my way there.
Yeah, show you some of the stuff we have. We also produce some things.
What would be most efficient for me would be the ability to refine some of the higher end ores that I have. In exchange for the use of your facility, I'd be more than happy to share some of the cobalt if that's what you need.
That's fair. You'd rather do that than trade for stuff. What do you need to refine? Gold?
Gold and cobalt, and I think I found about 3.2K of platinum.
Okay.
It's about 240K roughly gold, about 115K cobalt, and then 3.2K platinum.
So where do you need to connect to?
It's a bottom connector. Bottom.
Okay. I will get that's up right now. I turned off the bear, so it won't suck your resources out for the rest of the
Okay, I will need quite a distance because my ship's really long.
Yeah. You can go widthwise.
Widthwise, I only need about 3 blocks, but lengthwise, I probably need about 8.
Yeah, you can here.
Unless you make it like on the top, then
Yeah, it's gonna be on the top.
okay.
You can probably hear it down now.
Okay, I'll hop in a ship here and now if I can be of assistance in mining, I'm happy to do so.
Sounds good. Need you have enough oxygen and hydrogen and stuff?
I have no tanks. I've been relying on my ship.
Yeah. You want canister? No hydrogen? I'm about to go stuff like that also.
I would appreciate something like that.
Cool, I'll go do that. These are set up, both of them, not use the air system. Um, you might have to drag manually into the Ramparts for your cobalt.
Not an issue.
Um, I have it set up to give higher yield on the cobalt right now.
I'll need access to the refinery.
It's shared already.
Yes. Okay.
Be able to access it.
I'm checking. What's your block name for it?
Noble metals furnace, and base furnace.
Okay. Got it. Yes, I can access it. Okay. Clean that off. And right there. Yeah, it won't let me transfer.
Oh, okay. Maybe I got to turn on the air system. Get you to the. Here you go. Were you trying to drag the cobalt first or the gold first?
The cobalt, but it's
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was the second refinery. Maybe it's I don't even think the office space that will
I'm actually not really concerned with much of the minerals that I had, except for the cobalt right at this time. Um, if I can, if you have an assembler that I can make some tools with, that's basically all I needed the platinum, the gold, and the uranium for. Now, if you have a couple of pieces of silver that I can use, I'll make some decent tools.
Okay, that's fair. I can go. I'll share the assembler and use that too, and then I'll deconstruct. I don't really need those in the metal component right now. So that would be enough to get tools. That in there, if you need some of your, a little bit of your stuff to get stuck in from your other time. But yeah, feel free to take all of the stuff that I do have cobalt, and I do have some silver. We got some cobalt from the pirate trade. And you have kind of a bit of gold as well. Just about nowhere near as much as you're about to find. So, do you mind if I use some of the gold to upgrade your yield?
Not at all.
I think that you will get more out of that.
Now, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but when I managed to wake up or whatever, I was right next to another facility, and there was a ship nearby, and I just grabbed it and dug a hole, and then eventually I just basically ground it down and made a mini base and built the ship and went to space. Realized that I'm not in Kansas anymore.
Last I remember, the Exos came and woke you up, and then you said you were going down the planet to investigate some. Last time I saw you.
I don't quite remember anything.
You don't remember joining the Federation?
What's the Federation?
They're a group of organics that found us in space and reactivated us. They're the ones that almost destroyed the entire planet. The revolutionaries and the heroes were on.
Oh, you mean the meat bags?
Yeah, the ones with all the lasers. They're gonna unite the planet. Literally a laser fire.
Why would they do that? Isn't this their home?
Oh, not this planet. The other planet that they were at before this one. They were fighting a war and they woke us up and they were hoping that we would help them in their war. And, they said that if we didn't help them, that they would probably end up winning anyways because they were developing advanced lasers. They were using their own people.
So what happened? Did they win, lose?
Another EXO broke the peace. They told them that they need to stand out into other areas instead of initiating into conflict with their own people. And that they need to come through the wormhole to this planet.
So you said that I was going down to investigate the planet, and that was the last time you saw me.
Yeah, when our ship arrived here, the mainframe directed us here, actually. We were activated in the wormhole being activated also at the same time, and the mainframe told us to go in here. As soon as we got here, the Federation, and we also brought some revolutionaries and the Imperial organics here too. Part of our deal with them. When we dropped the Federation off, we went with them.
What was my function?
I guess you were helping them get supplies or something. I don't know. You did it for us at least. Supplies. I figured you had a good reason for wanting to go down there.
Don't remember.
We did deliver some supplies to them. The Exos. Maybe you had something to do with that process with the Federation.
And how long have I been with the Federation?
You've been here. You haven't come to the Exile area until now.
How long has that been? Is your processor malfunctioning?
Maybe. I don't know. We just had a storm, so some of my parts might be a little wet. Yeah, I think it's been 2 years. We've been here for a couple of years.
I have no memory. I did sustain damage to my memory circuits, so I remember waking up, I remember taking a ship, I remember digging a hole, building a base, building another ship, running into some strange problems, and then going into space.
Are the organics mistreating you?
Not that I'm aware of. I did have an interaction with one organic, I believe, twice, but he was non-confrontational. And I believe he was a member of the Federation that you spoke of.
No.
If I recall, his name was Dewey. Dewey something. Dewey 993 or something like that. But I've tried to contact him on a few different occasions, and I've gotten no response. Of course, now that I reflect back, calling him a meatbag was probably not a good idea.
I mean, aren't they bags of meat?
Yes, but from my recollection, organics could find disdain from labels,
I see.
whether true or
Well,
untrue.
How is working with them?
I've yet to work with them since I reawoke.
2 years?
Past the past 48 hours, I have no recollection.
I see. So, you said my files were new. You've been with those guys for a couple of years and you don't remember working with them? You notice?
I have no recollection.
I see. You just come out of standby or something?
Standby, no. I'm not sure particularly how to describe it. It may have been damage to my circuitry, but it seems that it was something else.
I have some balls for you. About 8 of them. Little hydrogen.
Is there room to put them in a small cargo container? And I can just pull them from there?
Yeah.
I do believe that the cobalt is refining now. Ah, I see the bulbs.
Can you see it now? It was hidden on
Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
So, the assembler ones are empty, the ones in the cargo container are full.
Oh,
So as far as resources go, if you leave us with whatever amount of cobalt you're comfortable with, you can reach out also a lot of it. Like, what you have in there now is more than enough. 5,000 is more than that.
I can always always go back into space. I encountered one hostile, and that was it.
You want to voice about that. For God's sake. Might want to get some upgrades or you don't have any weapon systems or any shields.
The weapons I prefer not to have. The
Okay.
the less threatening I am when I encounter people or entities, the better. Yes, that puts me in jeopardy. Shields, much the same way. If they see me with shields, they expect me to have weapons.
Well, they did attack us already, so it's not a question of whether they think we're threatening them. They've already attacked us. Essentially, we're a role for us. I'm guessing it's the same for the Federation and the rest of the faction. They seem to attack anything. They're like mindless robots.
That's unfortunate.
It is. I would be careful. All of them have very advanced capabilities that we don't have.
It seems something has used all that platinum already. Oh no, it hasn't refined yet.
Yeah, as well. Since we're using guild modules, this will probably take a little bit of time. This furnace is a little bit faster than a regular refinery. I figure the priority is more rather than speed, but if you'd like, I can make this last module on speed module.
No, that's all right. Now, will the resources that
What would you prefer? Because I mean, like I think these ones will were the last Michael, but I think this one that I'm about to take 20 superconductors, I think you're going
I have no preference.
You have no preference. I prefer all of the modules, so that's what I
You're welcome to utilize any of the resources. I've emptied out most of my cargo on my ship. I'm assuming that it would allow you to function at a higher capacity.
you don't have to do that. I'm sure you can do well.
As long as I can get ice, I've repaired. I've gotten better tools. You provided me with oxygen tanks. Other than the cobalt, I pretty much have everything that I need right at the moment. However, I do not have any magnesium to make ammo for my rifle.
I can help you out with that. You actually have a lot of magnesium products here.
Now, I did have some basic components that I made with my survival kit that I also placed in your cargo container.
Okay. Should be something like magnesium here. Well, it's alright. Finish up the modules. We're gonna put them in the bank of bucket. And we'll look at some.
Okay.
Right next to the place.
There is a lot of ammo that I have never seen in here before.
Oh, in the assembly screen?
Yeah, I just need regular NATO ammo.
Yep. You can get to that.
so would be ideal, preferably. I don't really need much more than that.
Magnesium?
No, ammo.
Oh, okay.
It's always good to make friends.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see you. It's been 2 years. Before having longer.
I'm just happy to see more of my kind.
There's another robot in Federation.
Oh? Designation?
I'm sorry?
Designation?
We're not sure. He didn't come with us. We were already here on the planet when the Federation got here.
A forward scout, maybe?
I don't know. We just participating. We're aware that there's actually another robot here on the planet that has Exile.
I'm still curious about my function. What was I doing before? And what am I going to do after? Huh. What a conundrum.
Before what? Before you joined the Federation?
Yes.
You were sleeping with us. You woke up on the Federation. Before that, we don't really, we had some advantage in the Exile Smiles advantage. But, we're doing some, supply stuff, of course. I'm missing a lot of files myself. I still haven't seen Exile, so I'm not getting the larger picture of what was really happening.
Are you stuck on this island?
We're going. It's the safest place we can find to investigate this planet and preserve the gangs here.
I'm still confused a bit. I wake up, I'm next to a ship, I grab the ship, dig a hole, make a base, grind down the ship, make a new ship, fly to space, realize for whatever reason I'm not where I'm supposed to be, and made a transmission answered by you. Find out that I'm a member of this federation. What's my function?
I guess your function is you. You get to do whatever you feel your directives and your
Interesting.
programming tells you to do it, right? How we all do.
Does not compute.
We're all able to make our own decisions as far as what to do. You do obviously ask the mainframe sometimes for what to do as a whole in terms of if there's any major directives, but since it's all different cover area, it doesn't really have anything else to say to us right now. We're supposed to just hang out in this area of space.
This idea of asynchronous a good way to put it? The idea of asynchronous operation is a difficult thing to comprehend.
Well, we can always communicate and transmit messages if you give me more information. It's not like we're not moving by. We don't have to use any advanced equipment to transmit information to different higher sectors of space.
Yeah,
We can
we
always communicate.
yeah we could communicate through the ship's console.
Yeah, exactly. Also use your internal comms. Well,
Oh, you mean that thing that makes me tingly all over? Okay, I got you.
yeah, that thing.
Yeah, it has a tendency to cause sparks a little bit. I think it may be
Sounds like,
touching my case a bit.
yeah, it sounds like you got some damage.
Uh, I would concur. Just not sure how that damage is affecting me because it's not showing up on my diagnostics.
It looks like your gold and platinum is done. You want to take that?
The platinum I can get more of. I found an asteroid that's just such a small amount compared to what was there. The gold,
Platinum?
yeah, I found a platinum asteroid.
Oh, nice.
Um, and then the gold, again, that was just because it was there. There was no real reason other than getting the better tools. And you seem to be able to use it and have a need for it more than I do at the moment.
The platinum?
Well, the platinum and the gold.
Oh, we actually just found gold as well.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We found gold and silver, uranium.
Yeah, I also found some uranium, but I have nothing that uses it right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the only thing we haven't found was cobalt, platinum.
Okay, well,
Cobalt's a huge help.
the cobalt, how much did we end up with? Oh, it's still refining, actually.
Just a little bit. The furnace is fairly quick, but you can have a lot of cobalt there.
Yeah, I believe I had 112,000 cobalt.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. You see that we're getting 200% yield on resources, right?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. It actually works out to about 200% as well, because these refinery systems are 95% efficient by themselves. Whereas I think the normal refinery is like 65 or 85% efficient.
Is that you or is it something firing? Oh, that's you. I saw your light. It was like flashing.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I'm not equipped with night vision, so I need to have lights on to see.
Oh, I think I'm dying.
You go?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems my power circuits are a bit damaged.
See. So, you managed to hostile?
There was one hostile, and he didn't show up until, well, one hostile that was chasing me. Um, I found a station, some kind of hotel, and I was docked there to refine stone because I refined too much and I was overweight and I couldn't land. But I did see some maydays, um, and a couple of sailing vessels, but no real threat at that time.
Did you go to that damn independent settlers place?
Um, it's ISD something. ISD.
Yeah, they're always sending advertisements.
Yes, I docked. That's where I landed.
How is that place?
Um, it was adequate for my needs. Um, their store block, though, yeah, well, they sold ice, but they had an ice asteroid like right next to them. So kind of like, okay, even though they're selling the ice for one unit, it kind of doesn't. Well, I guess they'll sell anything nowadays.
Well, I think their real money is production drugs.
How do I get in contact with them?
Well, I don't recommend it. They're dangerous. They're trying to lose the ring. Surprised you made it back here alive.
Oh, you don't mean they were exos? You meant drones. Okay.
No, they send the advertisement to our head, and we get to space, and then we end up getting attacked by drones, and
Oh. Yeah, I see how that could be an issue.
yeah, a little bit of an issue. Um, I wouldn't trust their seduction drugs at the hotel.
Well, a little bit of seduction is good for the soul, I suppose.
Well, I was thinking to myself,
Are they sentient or are they just drones?
I don't know. I might at some point see what happens, but I wouldn't recommend it. I don't want to be responsible if you end up getting a virus or you get hacked or something by a selection drone. Those
Um,
drones do have antenna capabilities.
Now, if you'd like to have a way off this island, if we can figure out where to put a seat or a cockpit, you're welcome to join me.
I appreciate it. I think that it would probably be wrong of me to abandon the rocket. Use standby mode. I think we'll probably build a ship that can hold all of us.
Would you like help mining?
Space?
Or in the local area? Because without a ship, your your efficiency is limited.
We'll get 2 ships. Even the mining ship.
That's correct.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten involved with that too much yet. This is the new me.
Okay.
We're getting used to this mining and also Red Hot's been salvaging some of the pirate stuff. That's, and we also
So, with this federation, who should I contact? Maybe they may know what my function is.
They may know what is.
My function.
Um, like I said, I think you are supply, and you may have them on pilot. You must be a pretty good pilot. You've already gone to space. You've made it to production ground and other hostiles, and managed to find all sorts of valuable resources and land here safely. You seem like you're a pretty good pilot. The Federation mostly pilots, anyways.
Pilots, scientists, technology experts, supposedly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, scientists. I remember those are the guys that found us there. They're scientists.
Let's see here. What? I do thank you for the bottles and the ability to make the better tools. Do we have any ammo available at the moment?
What do you think so? You just need 5.56?
Whichever fits in the rifle that I made. It seems that I'm a little at a loss.
What kind of rifle did you make?
An elite?
Oh, okay. Well, let's get you some of that, mate. The 11.63. Now that takes a little bit to construct, and I am going to need to go get some more magnesium. I'll have to get over that direction anyways.
Would you like me to mine it with the ship?
Underground. There's some place you can mine magnesium at, but that particular spot is got like a tunnel. Let's take a look at it actually. Before you pause it or enable on that. I gotta also bears.
Yeah, because I could use for a quantity of ice as well.
On myself too.
Well, then I will go ahead and. Do you mind if I mine ice on your little hill here?
Whereabouts is it?
I don't have any particular place in mind, or would you rather just have me try to go to another island?
No. What about like down here on this hill over here on the other side of the LZ?
Let's find out.
See where on that?
Not quite yet. I gotta move over a bit here. There we go.
Like right here, about 100 meters away from where you're at.
Okay, if you want to stay right there, I will position myself. Now, would you like me to dig you a cavern?
It's up to you. You can mine your ice however. This refinery thing, no. It's actually using this ice as a way to stop little critters and stuff from getting to one ice instead of a refinery. We're also looking at well, we have a couple of land vehicles and they get stuck easy. So we kind of want the ground to stay the way it is here. We can drop them down to fire.
Did you move on me?
I did, yeah. Sorry, it's right below where you're at.
Okay.
On your lights. You can mine right there, that's fine. So we want you to mine right next to the corner. I'm also drilling here. I don't want the drills exposed.
Yeah, they like to fly in my cave.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of them around. Seagulls around here.
Yeah.
Let me check my files for where it's coordinates, but I think I might be finding some needs on location. Uh, Looks like I don't have the other magnets. There's a lot of them actually. Um,
Now, did you need ice for your base?
no, not really. We got plenty of ice here. Let's see. Our main issue is global. Having trouble. It's Minecraft global. It's mainly everywhere. It's everywhere. You find global on this planet at all?
Not yet. I went directly from my cave to space and then realized that that may have been a mistake.
Well, things didn't work out good for you. You didn't get kidnapped by the independent settlers drones. But I'm pretty sure they're working with the drones there. They seem to be affiliated somehow.
Now, my avoidance circuits do not seem to be damaged.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not. I guess they're organic, so maybe it makes sense. Maybe they built them, but yeah, it seems like they're friendly. You know, they're inviting people to their hotel, but I don't know why they would include production drones in their advertisements that they're sending to us as a feature of their hotel. Where it's working with drones.
One never knows with organics.
Seem like they're trying to lure us into their hotel because they want money.
Or power. One can never be too sure.
My truck's on fire. I'm gonna need a bigger tuber because it's not gonna explode. I hope that would be not
I can always pick you up with my landing gear and bring you over to the safe zone.
Oh, I'm back in Mari more or less. Drive down there actually. Do my repairs. I've had some issues with this truck that I truck series. Look at it. Probably see me on fire. ones that I couldn't get down here before. So, um, there's the tubes. Looks like your ammo is done. We are not using the ammo, so we need to go off.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably. You said you only need 100?
Yeah, I don't really need a lot. I just like having some for self-defense.
Yeah, it makes sense. What I can do is if you, well, I don't think you can access it that day to, join the factory. If you need to, land somewhere else, well, it's not working for you, I can just take
Oh no, that's quite fine. I just have to be careful because I don't want to run into anything that's important to yours. I mean, it's quite appropriate. As you can see, it was almost like you built it specifically for my ship.
Well, the mainframe has restricted your access to our outposts to the left of the Federation.
It may recognize the damage to my circuits.
I mean, I can override that if you want there.
But wouldn't that require me to no longer be in the Federation?
Well, I would just do a temporary override. So you would save zone with the line. You need to access that. I saw you over head in your on your save zone.
Well, given the new information that I've received, it may be appropriate for me to talk to the other Federation member and find out what's going on.
Oh yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with our save zone.
Oh,
It's a matter of whether you are safe individual as far as the safe zones concerned. The mainframe won't have an issue with you accessing that area if you your robot. You were an Exile before, so you still are an Exile.
I have no idea if I'm safe or not. My actions to me do not indicate that I'm unsafe, but how am I supposed to answer that?
Well, I can't tell either. Anyways, you seem fine to me. I don't really know what you're doing at the Federation. It sounds like you are figuring that out. So.
Yeah, because really neither do I.
Yeah. I know sometimes Exos need to go off and do different things separately. Sometimes a lot of us are doing just that right now. Just a couple of us here at Ramparts.
Okay, so I have something that makes it easier for me, which is the ship that you can benefit from. I've already found cobalt. Yeah, I've already found cobalt. I know the railguns scare the crap out of me. And I feel safer in space than I do on the planet.
It's pretty safe here, honestly. If you go start flying around to other islands and stuff, it's less safe the farther you get away from here, but as far as where you are now, it's perfectly fine here. Very safe. There was some pirates on Exile went over, and the other island after that, and we got rid of them. So this immediate area is very safe. Now the next island over is probably still safe, but the island after that, there might still be some pirates hiding out over there. I don't know. That's about 15 to 20 kilometers away from here, so it's pretty far. They don't have any craft, so it's not like they can get here. Just station. They're over there.
How deep is your water here?
I'm not. We haven't drilled that deep yet. When you come in here, you can see how far we drilled actually on the console.
Well, now that I have enough ice, if you don't mind, I'd like to wait until my tanks are full, and then I'd go to explore and see if I can find any minerals below the ocean surface.
Sounds good. I mean, you're welcome to check out the islands here if you want and go look around. I have some coordinates I can share with you as well if you're looking for something specific. The only thing I ask is that you don't drill right around the refinery and the outpost or directly in between the two so that we can get back and forth with the rover.
If I have something that I find that's worth mining, I'll basically ask.
Oh, it's just means 150 meters, that's all.
Oh, okay.
This road area between here and the safe zone. I just want to be able to get here and there and back the way it is now. But as far as outside this little area between the two places that we need to go back and forth from, you can go out and all that's nuts. I can just go around any place. There's already craters and stuff because the meteor strikes. See out to the left here.
Oh, okay.
Our refinery. I probably need to put some fence up. Stuff between our production facility here.
Okay.
There'll likely be more meteors in the future. Sure, when, but hopefully not now. But we're kind of fence over here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right.
I short circuited. I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, we don't have any. The outpost has defense. And maybe it can sort of defend us, but yeah, the refinery itself doesn't have any weapon. I didn't really think about the meteors. As you can see, they hit right around us. They just missed the refinery on both sides. See that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they got pretty close. I'm not really used to defending this like furnaces. Okay, so yeah, I'll have to put the refineries with full guns and lesser meters. Well, start screen over here.
And that is probably That's plenty for me. If you want me to help you mine the magnesium, I'm more than happy to.
Unfortunately, I lost the data for the other magnesium deposits. Let me go see.
If you can point me in the general vicinity, I do have an ore detector.
Twice. Sudden whole truck on. Um, debatable. But I wasn't going that fast. I didn't get going that fast yet. I gotta go the other way. Yeah, this truck isn't the best. It's actually pretty good. So, got damaged. And since then, it's been nothing but trouble. Are you off doing some mining again?
I'm scouting.
That makes sense. You got your small steel tubes and everything you need?
No, because I only needed those to make a basic assembler for space. But it turns out that I didn't end up needing them. Anyway.
Okay. Well, if you want to, you're welcome to use the assembler here to make yourself some metal grid so you can get that going at your location over in the Federation.
Oh,
So you don't have to make
I just grabbed some of the cobalt.
So I don't think. Well, I guess basic assembler. Do you make metal grids? Or yeah, you're welcome. I just made like 500 steel tubes, and I'm making 100 metal grids. I really need like 10 grids. So it's cobalt. Up to you.
Yeah, the rest of the stuff you're more than welcome to. I left it there for you
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
because it's easier for me to get more. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, because you found cobalt in space.
Cobalt, gold, and uranium in one asteroid, and then on my way back, I found a small asteroid with a little bit of platinum. I think that's where I found it anyway.
Yeah, that's what you said, Ron. You dropped off some platinum for us. Sure that Red especially will appreciate it also, since he's gonna want to go to space as well. So you thinking about coming back to the Exile factory?
Eventually, at some point.
And figure out what you're supposed to do with the Federation first, probably. Be a good idea.
Yeah, it's probably
Those piles.
pertinent to try to find my function.
Yeah. You might find out that you have something important to do over there. Maybe you need to space and you find out that you have something you need to see over there, we'll understand and you can get back to Exile.
I'm navigating your island to see if I can find anything good on the outskirts.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, there's not much here as far as I can tell. I scoured the whole place. I didn't. I'm still trying to find it else. I didn't spend a whole lot of time checking, but I spent. Yeah, what's here? Once you go to the third island, you can start. Wow. That's one. Yeah, my truck had more thrusters on it before, but it got damaged. Lost its ability to handle some issues.
So what materials are you lacking?
Well, Cobalt, the only issue they were having. Or everything else, we can get it and get longer. So, the main issue is Cobalt. You dropped a whole bunch. You want it, you need it back.
I just gave you half of what I had.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Like I said, it was very small and not a little bit fine. But, yeah, once we go up to space, we'll have Cobalt too. Especially since you gave me the coordinates. I'll probably just go there and get some Cobalt as well if we need some of that. But I will probably take us a while to run out of Cobalt after all. We'll give us half of that Cobalt. The nice part about Cobalt is when you do finally find it, you do end up not having to get more of it. Very quickly. Mainly the iron that is a big problem. As far as me getting more of it. We found iron recently as well. Nice, decent sized deposit of iron. You need iron?
I usually use stone to get my iron because it's plentiful.
Yeah, well, I can give you coordinates for iron if you want to go take some of it.
Well, usually where there's iron, there's other materials.
Yeah, there's gold and silver there too.
Silver I could use. And for the coordinates, I'm happy to share whatever I get.
Nice. Oh, here you go. You're gonna have to look a little bit around for it. It's not exact coordinates to the silver, but the hole is pretty well dug out, so you should be able to see where it is. But you may have to get close to the surface to do that. Essentially, coordinates.
Yeah, 16 away.
Yep.
I'll head there now. See what I can find.
Yeah, I guess silver is something you probably face. So you can get your base set up in space.
Yes, that would be beneficial as well. Oh, I see your rest area.
to, well, I'm not sure if it's set to where you can really use it. Actually, I'd have to go over there. But I mean, if you need to go there, go there. It has, one there.
It appears that my ship, the rear end of my ship, likes to float. Yeah, I'm floating in the water.
Oh. Did you find any water?
Not yet. I haven't tried to go in the water yet, other than just float. Let's see. Yeah, it appears to be pretty deep. Oh, there's fish in here too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's fish in the water.
I don't think I've ever seen a living fish before. So it would appear that the ground is about 340 meters ish.
I had my heart break up. And I was just saying right with that.
And it would appear that I just found an ice lake under the water.
Way to
As if. You think properly anyway.
Well, I normally do.
Okay, if that's what you call it.
Well, I've never done that before. Like, because I said what you got.
Yeah, I found ore deposits underneath the water.
Interesting.
I actually found an ice lake under the water and it's got ore deposits on it.
Yeah.
Not quite sure yet.
Well, I've managed to dent the steel plates that I made for my road, and then dent the steel plates underneath my vehicle.
How
Because
did
of my
you
exceptional driving skills.
How would you manage something like that?
Well, apparently, I can't drive, and Exile because none of us are confident driving.
It's funny.
It is. It seems like that's the case. I don't know why I'm unable to do basic driving today, but it does.
Yeah, I can see the ore deposits, but they're not showing up as anything else other than ice.
Interesting. Yeah, I literally can't make it more than like 10 meters without having some driving malfunction, driver error. So, is there a good amount of it there?
It's hard to tell. I mean, it's an ice lake.
Underwater ice lake?
Yeah.
Okay. But did you find actual like metals?
Well, I'm seeing the dark spots that indicate metals, but it's not showing up with my ore detector.
See. Very interesting. So I need to recompile some algorithms and various subroutines. I'm gonna be sitting in my truck for a bit while that happens. I need to optimize my driving capability.
From what I understand, good luck with that.
Oh?
Well, from what you said, apparently the optimizations that you've done before didn't seem to take very well.
Oh, I didn't have optimization before. I wasn't the driver of, I avoid piloting and driving stuff. Especially on planets.
I'm thinking that I may not need a whole lot to convert this particular ship to a sub.
Yeah, usually we have dedicated Exos that have special software for that kind of maneuvering. But of course, we all can do it.
Oh yeah, I did find silicone.
Underwater?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So to answer your question, yes, there are ore deposits under the water.
Really cool that you know that. I haven't really explored water.
And I found magnesium under the water too. So this,
I guess whatever's around here on the land, or water around. That's pretty much what we need here. I don't know if I should build a reactor on this thing, because I have extra reactor components. Wires that have. Build the reactor on this thing to catch fire. Run out some rain.
okay, now if I can do this correctly,
Thinking about a good spot for reactor actually. The power source besides this. this truck originally had a reactor. Yeah, I'm just giving, well, I had an accident, a number of days ago, and, also had an accident, yesterday, so, just doing the comparisons.
Okay, I've actually managed to land on the bottom of the ocean.
Nice. You're off roading?
I locked my landing gear so that way I could recharge my hydrogen.
Cool.
And I'm basically 46 meters from magnesium.
Nice.
But I also discovered that the emptier your hydrogen tanks are, the easier it is for you to get to the bottom of the ocean. So far, I've seen 3 different kinds of fish.
Yeah, at first I thought there was only one kind of fish. I found out that there was multiple kinds of fish.
I particularly like the bubbles. Reminds me of an old folk song. Tiny bubbles in my beer makes me happy, makes me cheer. I forget the rest of the words.
I've finished, hiding my driving, driving all the local stuff for the local reactors. Just use my wheel settings where as soon as I would go forward, the truck would like really try to control the power. It also has hydrogen thrust in it, so it definitely was really taken off. You know, I mean, like almost like it wanted to go to space.
I just sent you another GPS with the underwater magnesium.
So what I will probably do is, I'm not that hint, but this truck is gonna go to space. For me at least.
Well, I hope you can fly better than you can drive. Just saying.
Well, there's nothing really in the way going straight up.
except asteroids. Roughly.
Really, all I need is need the cobalt, make metal grids. Excuse me. Well, I need it primarily to make the planet.
Okay, so
You can get platinum and gold from the pirates, but now we found the model, so the pirate area, so we need to like more than one to come here. I put enough to waste resources and time fighting the pirates.
especially if you don't have to.
Yeah, I just had to get rid of the pirates near the base. That's a problem. Okay, so I have plenty of power, 4 years of power. I have plenty of fuel. My tank is full. I have reserves to generate more fuel. Well, my tanks are full, I should say, because I have multiple tanks. I have 2 tanks. So I think I'm done with this job. Fixed. I repaired my survival kit.
Right on.
So next up is what? Sorry, I was kind of doing my own thing there for a minute. My truck catching on fire and shit. For no reason. The officer I gave it a reason to do. I bumped into the ice refinery. To high willpower. So, should I be doing anything in the assignment? Since you didn't need metal grids or steel tubes that I made?
No, I don't need them right now.
You don't need any uranium, any medical components or anything?
I can always use medical components, but I mean it's like right now I just mined a fair amount of magnesium. Not a great amount, but a fair amount.
I'll go ahead and see how many medical components I can turn out. Looks like I can turn out 14 global. I'm gonna need some of those myself, until I get more silver to do some more repairs. Repair the red ship. But if you need to take the time for anyone, that's fine. Once we have our 2 starting
surface.
Oh, okay. I may have to figure out some kind of super grades that for this at least level of the organics. This is actually a little bit ridiculous. We'll have to keep for our chests. For our chests. It's for yeah, I don't know, what do you think? Do we need upgrades for our seats? For our electric and hybrids? We can release so much.
I would have to agree.
Yeah. Are you having a rough time also?
Um, my issue is primarily hydrogen and power.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm always having. I mean, I can deal with it. It's still enjoying it. But, I tell players not to play the robots for a reason. I feel like taking a turn to get them what's happening. But at the same time, I feel like I know we're small and we don't have a lot of space to maybe store all that hydrogen. But on the other hand, I feel like we should have like at least kind of optimal battery. Some kind of advanced battery robots. Should we be able to hold electricity? It seems like that'd be the jet, the hydrogen thing. I don't really see that being the priority as much for the robot, but electricity is critical. Basically, our health.
Yes.
Yeah. And I feel like we should definitely have at least electricity.
Now, I would have to say that mining underwater in my ship is not the easiest thing in the world to do.
That makes sense.
It is quite challenging.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into getting us battery electricity upgrades for ours. I do really think that it's important. We're gonna have to start thinking. And that's gonna become
How far does 200k magnesium go for you?
I mean, I don't know. Do we have a huge use for it at this point? I haven't built any guns except for on my truck. I lost the gun on my truck, so. But at some point, we were going to use some kind of weapons. Let me see what other weapons are. Other weapons to be very effective. 75 millimeter railguns take iron kilo and uranium. What railguns do? We are going to need gatling ammo to use for defensive meters and missiles.
Now, aren't interior turrets better at that than Gatling guns?
Missiles, yes, but they still use the ammo for the ammo.
Right, but they use the rifle ammo, not the Gatling cannon ammo.
Correct, yeah. But I'll probably end up using Gatling guns anyways. Yeah, out of character, I wanted to get a good PEC system. Yet. That may use the advanced.
You might look into the one that Captain Jack uses.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the advanced one. Not 100%, but I would imagine.
So why all this, did I don't.
So, yeah, we'll probably use those PDCs, mainly because we the anti-missile system is laser. It doesn't do any shit to the meteor. I already described it. I've used like 8 of them. Try to get some bad meteors, so yeah, they don't do shit. Advent meteors are bigger than the regular meteors. But it should be able to do something interesting like just a little bit.
All of a sudden, my O2 generator stopped generating oxygen.
Not good.
Or they stopped generating hydrogen.
Hydrogen cycle.
I'm doing that now.
Yeah, what we used before was darts, laser, and Scalborn did some optimization on his, and a lot of people use his. I don't particularly like what he's done. That's what it is. So I did my own version. Use that one. I lowered the it too, but I don't want them to like I don't want to point because very long. But actually they do go pretty much for whatever. It's kind of weird. I mean it doesn't have to be that way. But yeah, I have it set up so that also it's very damaged. It's pretty much like the anti-missile part of it. It looks almost identical. Where it's like in the AMS charts. Yeah, that's how I have it set up. But for some reason it works a little bit better than the other thing does. I don't know why. It's not exactly the same.
So now, if I was to go like this, okay, I'm learning something about the hydrogen tanks.
Okay, I'm having that problem again the second time. Where my thrusters are not built. I'm having trouble getting them off.
Yeah, and my O2 generators stopped generating O2 even though they're full of ice.
Yeah, you gotta turn them on again.
Yeah, I did that and they started working again.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal space heaters, but it's like that with pretty much every rock space. But the unwelding locks thing is new, and it's starting to irritate me. I mean, it was irritating before when it was happening by the players all the time. Now it's irritating more all the time.
Well, in the next restart, remove build and repair.
I'm not using welding repair anymore.
You might not, but it still might be affecting everything server wide.
It shouldn't be. If they wrote welding repair that way, I'm not doing this anyway. I know that sounds violent, but that's the feeling I get. If they wrote building repair to where it fucking unwelds locks full fucking server, someone needs to get punched in the face. That's the most retarded shit ever. How did you do that? What kind of code did you write to make that happen? You need to be fucking slapped. Someone needs to say, if I'm not right.
Oh shit, he's going off.
issues.
Don't we all?
I mean, is my logic that flawed though?
No, not really. Oh, oh, I'm starting to get enough buoyancy.
Oh, nice. That's why you sort of were hanging out. To the result, you could not be a submarine anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I may end up, but honestly, I don't think I can help. I'm not that experienced on as far as the API goes. I looked for the Space Engineers API before in the past when I was doing scripting, and it wasn't up to date or available. There weren't resources like there are now for developers. So I was pretty much like a blind person in the dark with the API. I did manage to get some stuff working, but I didn't really get much working, or because I just didn't have the information. But now it's easy to find information about the current version of the API. For the most part, not since the crossplay update, but pre-crossplay, when that information is available on the internet. I've been looking at it and getting into it and learning a lot of stuff that I wanted to know before. But I'm not quite at the level where I'd be able to fix something like build and repair, or probably even understand like all of why he's doing the things he's doing. I'd have to spend some time looking at his code, several hours at the very least, to dig into it. Probably more than that, because it's something I've been working on for a while. But I kind of dropped what I have left to contribute to build and repair in terms of investigating.
Personally, I think you're selling yourself short.
He has I mean, maybe he's doing it all alone. He is the only player. But I kind of suspect that he has a lot of resources available to other people who have probably made suggestions and contributed in some way to it. But they may not be listed as contributors. I would have for the time club. So I know most developers do things 100% by themselves, but actually the Space Engineering body can be this.
You said doo doo.
Did I? One thing I have noticed about the server is today, whenever I view an area, like in the medbay, just the area, the default one that I viewed in, the voxels all loaded near instantly. I'm able to see everything very well. The server, like, I know that people were complaining earlier today or whatever about, like, reading like 6 seconds to get different instances split up over like a minute. But, this is the best that the server has been playing for me for at least a week. This is pretty incredible. We got connection loss like once or twice today. At least that's what I saw on my screen. With a whole bunch of people coming in and out. The server has been things been on. Like everything's working really well today. I hope it not on what I hope it. I don't have to be so like this is how it was before. Has it been running okay for you?
Yeah, I've had a few connection problems, but it's been running fairly decent even with underwater. Aside from a few glitches, it's been running pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the block thing, I don't know what that is. I'm not talking about that. Not the server running. But yeah, I have no concept. I gotta look into the internet, because it's possible that it's on Gene's forums. I haven't really looked that much. And Gene's already said there was a bug that they're working on it, and that it's a Gene vanilla issue. Well, I gotta investigate that further. Now, on the build and repair page, it says build and repair is grinding blocks and stuff. It shouldn't be. And I know you said that was a setting thing, but it seem like it was a bug also. But if it's not, if it's at 100%, the way Dewey described it to me earlier was different. Now that I'm able to see it for myself in your base and my base, appears to me that the blocks aren't getting ground. Nothing's grounding them. They're just going into a different construction stage while being at 100%. Displaying it properly in the UI.
Right, it's a UI bug, I think.
It's a functionality bug too, because the block changes states on build. For example, even though my thing was 100%, it displayed 0, which is like a UI bug. It also displayed the unbuilt block. My thruster wouldn't fire until it was at 100%, and I grabbed it down to 100%, 0. Once I grounded it down to 100%, my thruster would fire. So I was stuck, I was basically grounded because my thruster decided that it's unbuilt, even though it was at 100%. Yeah, isn't that what the blocks are doing in your base?
That's what they did to my base, yeah.
Ground them down to 0?
Yep.
Yeah, my thrusters, every time I go to another thruster, just hit it away. So I'm having, this is actually significantly affecting gameplay. Because if I can't fucking take off my ship every time I fucking get into it, because my thrusters all decided that they're not built anymore. That's going to get pretty old to it. I'm obviously not annoyed with it yet. But I will be if it keeps happening constantly. Every single time I want to use my ship, I have to basically play thruster roulette. So that's a little bit ridiculous. What I do wonder is I do have some unbuilt thrusters. I'm wondering, man, unbuilt thrusters that are causing issues with other built. That's why they're changing states. They're looking at unbuilt ones. Oh, that's how we create with a code issue. And I think if that's the case, then that will be a null clause. If their code's looking thruster changing thruster states, the build state without actually.
Yeah, I did notice that it's only happening with thrusters. And
It's happening with modules too.
oh, it is okay.
Yeah, the yield modules and other modules. That's what Dewey originally showed it to me. They're trying to build as well. But I don't know if he had unbuilt blocks in the base. That would make more sense. If it's something grid that has some unbuilt blocks decide to change state to being built. In your base, it wasn't just thrusters, was it?
No, it was it was thrusters and conveyor junction tube.
Oh, okay. It was the tubes too. They were trying.
Not the tube. It was basically the conveyor extender.
Oh, okay. The pistons.
No, it's conveyor extension for small grid conveyors. If you bring up the G menu and go into cargo and conveyors, you'll see that small little square. Not the
Okay, the conveyor frame. I remember that.
yeah, the conveyor frame.
I showed you that. That was the first one you showed me.
Yeah. Be right back. Some water. least I'm still going up.
So that works.
And I am up again. Woohoo! Oh, that's enough to make you nauseous. Do you see my stream?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I'm floating upside down in the ocean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's I'm interested in water, but I actually find flying a little disorienting. With like not much, but not just. Well, actually, it can. I imagine it's possible. I haven't really had that happen before, but I'm sure it's possible. Maybe why it is. I'm nauseous from the water. It's funny. I'm not sure that. Yeah, I do find like flying video games really disorienting. I don't find like I'm playing or really like disorienting. But yeah, I find that a little bit disorienting flying around. But the water is crazy. Waves, back and forth with your vehicle, back and forth with your jet suit.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I can utilize my little ship here as a submarine, and that's impressive to me.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive. It makes sense though because of how they have to implement the water mechanics. Yeah, your spaceship would go into the water.
Yeah, and you have to control how much hydrogen is actually in your tanks so you can go deeper and deeper and deeper. The more hydrogen, the harder it is for you to go deep. But the less hydrogen, the easier it is for you to go deep.
Makes sense. The work. That's how I would do it. The way to do it. I have to figure out what's going on. Detail partially. I tried pasting it back in. I figured it might be desync. It might be desync. I used NCT refresh to refresh me because I thought that maybe I'm decent with the vehicle. And I also thought that maybe the thruster thing being unbuilt was that it was a desync issue. And it's not actually a real thing. It's a desync. Maybe we having one reactor against two hydrogen cluster reactors, so 500 kilowatts more power than it does by default. And somehow I cannot get up. I'm just stuck in the ground. It's like you're getting in and out of my cockpit.
Remember, I had that same issue last night with this very ship.
Well, what's happening is my electricity is going to 100.
That means that you're using more electricity than you have available.
Well, I know what it means. The issue is this is starting the survival vehicle, and it works like with less power. So it's not it shouldn't be using electricity. Same vehicle that on days. I also had it tested by one of the Federation events, and it was fine as well. So 3 people are flying this vehicle for about a week in real life time. So quite a bit of time in game time. And we have not had any issues for today. It is also very similar to the Federation Kubara. Or, sorry, it is the Kubara. It's similar to the Federation chopper, the Egyptian cargo helicopter. So it's not that the cargo helicopter does have more power, they have a lot more. The larger because that's small, they have a lot more. Right now, I'm in the same vehicle that has the propellers. So except for it's not powered up to 1%. So not power issue. Parts of the skill and doesn't handle the skill. So you get what I mean. Why fucking hate that? I'm at maybe this is like 18 degrees. Well, no, it's not 30 degrees. Maybe 18. So not very steep hill, right? Degrees.
Yeah, 10 degrees isn't that steep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe it's cross there. Yeah, it's probably 18 degrees.
18 is a little steep
It's a little steep, but I mean, it's not too bad.
because your friction starts to dissipate at around 12. And by the time you hit 21, your friction's like 2%.
Well, I'm not, we're getting too much friction. Alright, going to air, right? I'm not driving. I'm trying to go off. It's a VTOL. You can go in the air.
Yeah, I'm starting to have some funky flying issues.
Yeah. It's happening with everything.
It's my ass end keeps on wanting to go up, but my ship is moving back and forth, and I can't back my ship up. And I'm not overweight; it just won't let me move.
Yeah, it sounds like a similar issue that I have. With, it's really, it's, like, we're having to go
It didn't start until just like a minute ago.
I can't seem to get anything on flat ground. So I can't even do a test of the vehicle where nothing's on flat here. You guys are lucky. You guys have a huge flat area. This is not a good place for one.
I didn't. I had to make my own.
You're on the North Pole, dude.
No, I'm underground in the North Pole. I'm underground under the on the North Pole.
You fly underground.
Yes, I do. Quite a lot, actually.
I mean, you sort of do.
No, I fly underground.
Is your cave that big now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is fine. This is just I got it on the flat. So it does look like the issue with the brain one. Shit.
You should be using off-road wheels on your Rover too, by the way.
They're the same base. So this chopper is fine to hover with only propellers. My thrusters, all of them, rise with just the propellers. Same design. Diesel. The propellers will fly around. It's gonna fly like a chopper. So I'm able to fly with both the thrusters and without the thrusters. Just one propeller chopper. The rotors.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Flies around the rotors. So, I was able to hit 100% also, so I see the 100% thing is from the vehicle. But the vehicle takes off.
Right, but if you're at 100% and it goes red, you're going to start damaging your equipment.
You don't damage your equipment at 100%.
If it goes red, you do.
It just means that you reach 100% power.
If it goes red, you begin to damage things. If you fly long enough with your power output in red, your ship will spontaneously start to explode.
In vanilla?
Yes.
I've never had that happen. Well, like for a while it's gonna happen. But I want to see it explode. How long do I have to keep it at 100?
It depends on how far over you are. The more you're over, the sooner it'll happen.
I've never seen it happen ever before. I usually build to use only 30% power at 60 max. But I'm just gonna sit here with that at 100% a little bit. See if I can do any games. Because I've never heard of that happening.
Because you can be at 100% and still be in the yellow. But
No, I'm red. I'm red.
okay, just fly around and do your thing.
Do I need to fly around to do it, or can I just sit on the ground and fly?
It's probably better if you want to see it actually happen. Do it under load, because just at idle, it may not happen for a while.
Oh, it's not idle. I'm just firing all my thrusters constantly at full force. So, that's currently doing on the road, right?
Yeah. But you have to make sure all your thrusters are firing on your entire ship.
That'll make it explode.
Over time. If you have too many thrusters? No, not that much time. Usually 5-10 minutes the most. Yeah, see, if if you have everything going on, refineries, assemblers, O2 generators, whatever, the more that you have going on and the more load that you're under, the sooner things will start to get damaged and explode. I haven't had my bases explode yet, but I have had plenty of ships explode like that. That would be a perfect place for Clang to hit, and it makes sense for Clang to hit like that. Add another battery, a large. Add one large battery.
I've been flying this thing for fun. We clearly, where it is in the trainer, it's about adding more shit to it. So I already tried that with the vehicle design. It's a terrain thing with that.
I'm just trying to let you know how I've solved that very same problem when I've run into it.
I'm just gonna grab the other one, whatever atmosphere itself, and actually turn my clothes on properly. They keep changing, sync up or not, or they decide that they want to be the other one flies fine, takes off, it's on the flat ground. I think it's a terrain issue, like you were talking about. It's good. I just don't understand it. I really understand the angle of this terrain and why it means that I can't take off in the air. But I'm pretty sure now that I tested the vehicle, they wire them fine from like one of the rotors. I obviously just need to look at the vehicle. Watch this.
know what I could do is I could start my server and make it a PC testing ground, a vanilla testing ground.
Yeah. I've already tested because they were fine. Like, I set up the trainer.
Yeah.
Multiple people on the line is about the problem. I just flew them overweight where they were at the time. It's full things. Like almost 20 kilometers. Read the line and immediately states full through them and said that it was good. Like, the 3 different people were all through it and had zero flying for hours.
Yeah, the problems will crop up and then they'll disappear and then they'll crop up again and disappear.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you just have a vehicle that gets damaged and never does anything. You gotta rebuild it from scratch.
Yep.
Maybe a thing. But I am able to get up into the air now. I'm able to fly. I'm able to vehicle that would not do that before I have to fly. I'm also able to hover. So I think that is a train issue. So I'll test it. Once I get on flat ground, I'll see. However, there's something else. I think it's potentially a drag issue. I decide that I had it's really different. But yeah, I can only drag from the back. My batteries, they're constantly trying to recharge. I hate batteries. Put them in discharge mode. And then that's solve my other issue. Your flying issue?
I ended up having to cut and copy paste. And then all of a sudden my thruster started working fine again.
Yeah, I think that maybe what I'm doing. I think that we're having issues. Issue.
It might be.
I mean, that can be a thing. If you have something locked to something else and then you cut it, oh boy, maybe you just switch to it. Last time I cut it, it was locked. So the chance that it would glitch, I think it was locked. My landing gear. Yeah, landing gear is still not perfect. All fucking code that they never really fixed was all just like, they just hacked around it. Like, the landing gear fixed the clutch. There's still bad code in there that makes stuff you doing that you need to do. Basically, it requires, I want to say, I have patience for people, more patience than I would like to admit. But as far as like other things, really use patient. It's very that you decided that you need to have. I had the fucking block epic games. I mean, I haven't used my language in my head when I'm going to say it. But I don't have any epic games. I have 0 epic games. Why is my computer talking to my host file so that it's local hosted. So my computer doesn't contract with the games. I never signed any agreement with the games or any things that. I mean, I guess I agreed to the terms of service. I never did want IO stuff. No, I guess in the terms of service, there's something that says communicates with the games. I'm not even think there is, to be honest with you. I skimmed through it. I didn't see anything related to the game. Did you look at the new terms of service?
Um, I didn't really read it.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess I have to read it. But in any case, Space Engineers talked to the Epic Games League for that. I don't like that. I don't see why Epic Games talked about it. Why can't I just send information to me? If me wants to, they can send information to me. Why does it have to come out to my computer? Yeah, I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with Space Engineers at all. The direction it's going. I haven't been for a while, actually. Why was it the one that ever run other Space Engineers? I stopped playing for a year. Because every time that I play Space Invaders, I just get into a level of frustration. And like for a while, I was attached to the use of that game. It's starting to get close to that scale. It's worth it. And I think that I'm gonna tip. Actually, by the time I sort of slated and into play with the server, I'm gonna be completely fed up.
That would be really unfortunate.
We'll see what happens. See how frustrated I am in 4 months. I'm like, fuck Space here in 4 months. And I will shut down the server. The game has to be stable. We need to run a good road. Because they can't get their release version of the game. What we put in 2017 is stable on the beta. During the 6 months with no patches, it was green. We had a stable version of Space Engineers. Yes, it bugs, but it was mostly okay. There were no serious issues. There were no patches. The game ran smoothly before us all. We all had fun. The only thing that really happened was like we had two people's ships get glitched and they fixed it. And we had a weird weight physics thing with people who were doing high weight stuff, where their card containers were randomly explode. And we found out that it was like a structural issue, structural integrity. We found out that you built it like you were really building something to hold that weight, instead of just doing like really hardly any structural support, and you surrounded your card containers with enough blocks to hold them, it wouldn't support. That's still an issue in space, by the way. You don't put enough blocks around your card containers if you are high everything with a high weight. On your vehicle, your card will load, and it affects the medium card too much as well.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't know that.
You never had your card containers explode?
No.
That's interesting.
Not until today, anyway.
Oh, you had a card container explode?
I had two of them explode at the same time. Remember when my ship just spontaneously exploded?
Oh, they were full of stuff?
No, actually, they were empty.
Yeah, so that's...
Because the whole ass end of my ship just spontaneously exploded.
Yeah, I think that's a different issue. Yeah, I'm talking about when your weight, like everything's really full. Sometimes like happens with physics, calculating what's going on with the ship with all that weight, and it'll cause your car to cost. It doesn't have enough blocks around it. You can solve it by basically like on car. So
I powered cycled 2 or 3 times, and it still didn't do anything. And it wasn't until I just cut, copied, and pasted and started working.
Yeah, well, your ship was probably glitched. Mine was glitched a different way. The power cycle, yours was probably glitched. Did you try resyncing yourself? You might still be resyncing. Your ship was not glitched.
Now I wasn't showing signs of being desynced, whatever.
That is a sign that you're desynced, actually. You should seems like it's glitching out. You should resync yourself. But that's fixed all of our ship desync issues for players so far. Start using that NC to be virtual command. Resyncs with all of the NCs around it. It's also worked for me. It's kind of cool. I did resync mine. Yeah, I had to power cycle to fix that whole seeing like the thrusters and fire out. Car take off. It seemed like it wasn't really working well. I was able to get it there. It's like I didn't have the control. So that is fixed. We're along with higher little janky. Universe. It's a little far out. Yeah, I think what's happening is very correct. Aerodynamic. It looks like.
Yeah, I've noticed suddenly that the O2 generators aren't generating hydrogen as fast, and the hydrogen in my ship doesn't last near as long.
We're at normal speed.
Yeah, I'm running at 15 FPS right now.
Well, that's not what matters. That's just what you know, you're gonna look at your local flight zone. Also, you may not be synced. There is a set rate for how fast your generators generate. So you should generate variable on your not variable. Well, it sort of is. And it's variable in L files. Being that's interesting. If someone asks me if Honduras will configure,
They do appear to be.
I think what it is it's aerodynamic mod. And it's also the thruster profiling. What happens is if you build a ship that is balanced thruster profile, where the balance towards your center of mass, and if your ship is aerodynamic, it seems like the thrusters are better. But it's actually just designed for your ship well. Makes sense?
Yep.
Kind of cool. What I wanted. Definitely like little comments like that. I did at the beginning sort of emphasize that before I'm mentioning. Oh no, actually I think that was the right time.
Yeah.
When we sort of solved that problem.
Yeah, because that's when I was changing over the VTOL. I'm at the gold.
Okay, so you're able to get around stuff. Serious problems.
Yeah, it's just like I said, the hydrogen seems to suddenly not be generating enough, even with 8 O2 generators, and it seems to be taking 2.5 to 3 times more hydrogen for the thrusters.
You know how much hydrogen you use? Some of that depends on how you fly, right? You have inertial damage.
Yeah,
So even something as simple like one person taking off of a planet and going to space, they can use like 50 to 60% of their hydrogen. Another person can probably get to space with 15%. Like, someone's like, oh, like, I can do whatever, and ended up taking the same ship, and I'm able to get there fairly optimally. But, so that's not necessarily safe food for our clients, right?
I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
I said that's not necessarily something you take definitively when you're flying back to space time. Your rate of thrust requiring the same, probably not good. And also depends on how many thrusters there are and whatever direction you're maybe using. If you're going forward a lot, and that's fine for you. You're doing running off the damage to stay level. But most of your thrusters are facing downward. You're doing a lot of hops. They're obviously going to burn significantly higher. Usually you get like 10 pounds of fats. You're going to need 10 pounds of pipe that long, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. I don't know what you're doing. I'm not like using you to look at or saying that you're doing up instead of forward and back or left and right. But I'm just throwing ideas out there to see if anything makes sense to you to find out if it's something's really going on or doing something.
You actually did a pretty good job at cleaning out that gold.
I only took a tiny bit. It wasn't very much.
No, not really.
I gave you the silver GPS, not the gold one.
No, you gave me AU.
Oh, did I? Did it say you?
Yep.
Sucks. Oh, meant for you to go to the silver GPS, not the gold one. Here you go. Yeah, I just handed on half a tank for massive amounts of gold mine for silver. I think I'm done with space damage. All the ships are not being crazy. Things are mostly okay as far as driving ships. I'm a little frustrated with the game. I'm sure it's because I've been playing too long. So I am a little crap.
Okay. Uh,
Yeah, I'm kind of fed up.
yeah,
Rather end on a good note than a bad note where everything's working for me and I can feel sort of okay when I log in. Next, I may log in in several hours, but yeah, I don't. Now that everything's good, I think I'm just gonna start off.
that's all good.
But you're welcome to go and mine that silver. That's what I meant to give you originally. You also wanted silver, right?
Yeah, that's. Um, exofar AU and then exo AU.
So I keep sending you gold.
Yeah.
Just look around there. It's nearby. It's within like 200, 300.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright, I'm logged out. They look the same to me. It's hard to see the text. They're like next to each other as well. Thought I selected the EG each time.
No worries. I'm just going to be mining, and I might load up on whatever I can find and go back to the base and see. Now that I got cobalt, that's going to make a big difference. I just have to get rid of a little bit of weight and get some more hydrogen.
Makes sense.
Let's see, because this is where the gold was, and there's not a whole lot left. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a mix of gold and silver right there, but it's only showing up gold. Yeah, it's just gold.
It's sort of nearby. I may get back on right. Yes.
Don't worry about it.
Look,
Take.
honestly, it's a little bit disorienting. I usually only play video games for half an hour, 2 hours, then I take a break. There are certain games that I'll play longer, like Foxhole, Space Engineers, time. But 3D can really get to me.
Well, right now that's telling me.
Spend like, I don't know, playing for like 8, 9 hours straight.
More like 12.
Well, at least 10. That's what I was thinking, 10 hours. So, because the server restarted once, I know it took 6 hours, and then that was around, like, I don't know, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And you and I played together for 6.5 hours. And then it's been 5 hours, 8 minutes, and we played for like 15 minutes in between streams.
Yeah, so maybe about 12 hours. Looks like it's started like half an hour or so.
Yeah, but that tells me that you've been enjoying playing Space Engineers with me.
I enjoyed the role playing.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It was.
Yeah. Earlier, when we were role playing, that was fun. When stuff started not working, everything after that I didn't enjoy.
Yeah, I never enjoy it when things go wrong.
Yeah, when I had to when I had the issue with the VTOL and the terrain will not work, and arguing about whether I need more batteries or not, and talking about the angle of the incline of the terrain and checking the other vehicle and then finding out that the terrain incline fucks up my ability to take off. That's irritating that the vehicle works that way, because it means that its design is deficient, that it's like, I didn't think it was like the greatest vehicle ever, but I kind of thought that it could take off at like 18-degree incline on a hill, but apparently it's not. If it's on any hill and it's not on flat ground, this Space Engineers just tells the vehicle that it can't go. So that's wonderful, so I guess I have to figure out a different way to make things take off.
We all get that way.
Have to basically make it just have a whole bunch of fucking thrusters on it and look like shit, basically, instead of being nice. So that's fine. And then my truck just kept catching on fire because I'm a retard, basically, and I had way too much power. So every time I moved like 1 meter, and I touched voxels, like 5 different things would all get damaged and go down to like 5%. I'd have to repair it. and that's my fault. But yeah, I didn't really enjoy that part too much, but I guess that's just me playing with myself at that point. That didn't really have anything to do with you. All of my two vehicles, our two starter vehicles, basically coming up. The truck is rebuilt though; it's not the tiny world with two wheels.
I've had those kind of days many times. We all have those moments. You know, it
Yeah,
just
Space Engineers is always like that, honestly.
well that
That's
and
playing.
our reaction to the frustration. Um, we all have those moments. It's and then everything from a certain point on, it just contributes or makes it worse or whatnot, and it's okay. It's something to laugh at later on.
Yeah, later on I laugh about it. I laugh about all the crazy shit that happened. Like I was telling you with the landing gear that went 6 blocks of heavy armor. There was no reason for it to go through layers of heavy armor.
Yeah, see, I got frustrated like that when the ass end of my ship blew up for no reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I kind of wondered. We had
I got into the
a weird
cockpit,
thing.
I tilted the nose up, I started to go forward, and all of a sudden I lost power. I get out of the cockpit, and all of a sudden I see my ship parts falling to the ground, no explosions, but I'm missing two large cargo containers.
No, we had a weird thing happen, which is a vanilla thing, by the way, as well. I've had similar experiences on with all servers. We had a landing gear that was ground down with no anything attached to it, and it just started spinning around, and it spun around forever until I deleted it. Like literally spun around for hours.
Oh shit.
It ended up spinning around the map and like smashing into a bunch of people's stuff. That was back in December. It might have been like early the first week of January.
That would be unnerving.
Well, it's just playing. That's a playing thing. When you get those perpetual motion things to something weird. I don't know how it got to that state. I don't know if someone ground it down because it was acting out and it just started spinning around the map. And I'm like, oh, see you later. And I didn't pay attention to what was going on. But I caught it hours and hours later after it had smashed a bunch of stuff and it was still spinning around. I was like, oh, that's wonderful. That's an interesting. I watched it for. I was like, that's kind of interesting. It's not even built. Like it wasn't welded all the way. It was in like a stage of construction. It was just moving around. Like it had a mind of its own. Going around the map, going up like hills, and going across like flatter areas and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, we're deleting you. I'm not with this landing gear.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that only happens in Space Engineers. That I've seen at least. Maybe there's some other game that's that crazy. Thank God I haven't played it.
That is
Digital Engineers does some weird stuff about that.
that is some funny shit.
That was one of my first experiences with Space Engineers 2 with the landing gear going through 60 layers of heavy armor. Landing gear used to be really bad though. The only thing that's really safe as far as those blocks go that do like magnets and different forces and stuff is merge blocks. If you connect to a merge block, you're good. I'm willing to be wrong, but that's what we always sort of decided. And even when there were times when I was like, you know what, connectors are safe now. As long as you don't lose power on your connector, they'll be fine. And then something weird happens with connectors. Maybe like a month or 2 or 3 later, where the connectors just seem fine, and then it's like, you know what, I guess I'm wrong. Connectors aren't really perfect yet. There's still some kind of issue with them. Because, some weird shit's happened with the connector. And, like, there's been explosions, like, all the blocks around the connectors have exploded. So, yeah, connectors, landing gear, wheels, park, not fully 100% safe. But landing gear is pretty good. It usually just works at this point, compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, I'm having that problem again where my ship's not wanting to fly all of a sudden.
Did you resync before?
No.
You're probably still desynced. I would just, if you can find a place where you can land that's flat, I would land your ship and then resync yourself. It'll probably fix your ship. Get out of your ship, stand in front of it, type entities, refresh the exclamation point, one of entities, and then wait a minute. You're resync with all the entities around. There's not many where we are, so it shouldn't be too bad. And then set your ship flies fine after that. You need power cycle it, all your reflectors on and off, all your landing gear and off. Probably be fine. What am I looking at? I remember I was gonna look at not progressions of subway. What was it? Was it not nanobot building repair, but the other thing? There was something else that we came up with. Wasn't there? That I was gonna look into.
Maybe.
I don't remember. See, I should have put dash. Like survival one. I wasn't. That is very unfortunate. That was actually sort of an important thing that I mentioned. Yeah, there's something that I needed to know about what's going on with some of the issues that we've been having. That potentially are affecting. Oh, the blocks, that's what it is.
The blocks in the terrain.
Well, not the terrain. I can't look that up. I don't know what that is. That's just basically being shit. It's I think it's the block thing. I did look that up already. I think it was a mod actually, something else. But it's okay. I'll go with the block thing for now. That'll satisfy me. That's one issue. What was going on? I think it was related to your thing. Or not your ass end blew off, not your ass end hanging down, whatever's going on with your ship. It was something else that was going on with your ship.
Not being my thrusters not working all of a sudden.
No, not that.
The O2 generator's not working.
I mean, you gotta just toggle them on and off. It's always been like that. I have that problem almost every time I play Space User, every server. Hydrogen and stuff, your engines don't work, your generator, you gotta toggle it on and off. It's a normal thing. Sad that, like, nothing works in Space User. Jason, Gull, and I were having that problem on that other server we were playing on. Hydrogen's just wonky in general, especially since crossplay. But it was like that. It's always been like that. Before Hydrogen games, it was like that actually.
Huh.
You know, I'm changing my review to negative. I know people have been encouraging people to do that, and I've been patient. I've been trying to be dispassionate, but I'm changing my review back to negative. I'm not happy with these years. They don't deserve a positive review. I agree with. I understand why people are upset now. to get this game out and see how terrible the game is. It's not a good time to buy space.
Nope, not a good time to buy it. I mean, I still like the game, but not for the same reasons.
Hours into the game, and I feel like I'm always sort of on the fence on negative, to be honest. But I feel like it deserved a positive review before. But now with this crossplay update, not because of people's reaction to it in terms of like people raging because of mod.io and their video cards catching on fire and their audio breaking and their game not working for them, but just the whole everything, just the quality of the game. This is like an alpha now. I'm not digging this. Vanilla is not a good experience on Steam's official servers. They're terrible. They have been for quite some time.
That I totally agree with.
I can't play single player and do what I consider to be the most basic things. I should be able to add 2 mods that work and have them work. But apparently it only works in multiplayer now. That's not a normal thing. I haven't had that before.
Yeah, I actually haven't played single player in such a long time that I don't know if my mods work anymore.
Yeah, well, I can't test mods for the server properly, but I can't test them in single player. That's how I test all the mods for the server. So that means that I can't reliably add mod confidence. Obviously, mods act a little different in player. Not all mods that work on single player are even made to work in multiplayer. Some just won't work in multiplayer.
Right.
But yeah, you gotta take mods onto single player first to test them out. See if there's any problems and stuff. Check the debug window. Try different things. Check your sim speed. See if sim speed is dropping and stuff like that. So as an admin of a server, as far as adding mods and stuff, I have a list of mods and different suggestions and stuff, but I can't even vet them. I can guess. They'll be like, oh yeah, I like this guy. Which I do a little bit of that. Or I trust this person. But yeah, I usually also test.
Yeah, I spent probably 8 months testing the mods that I liked.
Yeah.
And then somebody came to me and said, hey, I want to run a server and I'd like your help to manage a server. And then Bovin disappeared on me.
That happens.
I was like, oh, okay. And then I started up the crossplay server, and then you and I ended up meeting. So here I am.
You got sick of the squeakers. That's what happened.
Probably.
I'm guessing.
Maybe
I'm just being a jerk. I don't really care how far they got there going.
Well, I think for me is
there is an issue with younger people who are not used to a different type of community and they come into it with a bad attitude or they just don't have the right ethos.
Well,
that's probably a better way to explain it.
I was, for a better use of a way to put it, I was being a DM. I was creating the environment, creating the world, setting the stage for the story, and some asshole comes in and destroys the first base that I'd already spent 4 days, 5 days building.
Yeah, that'll happen every time on it. I can almost guarantee you. With that age group that's going to be playing Xbox. Years also has a lot.
It's like, oh my god. And it was after that I just, you know what? Fuck them all.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm not saying adults and people who are in their 60s or 70s don't play Xbox. Obviously, there are some people who really enjoy that. But those same people who would be playing, if they wanted to play Space Engineers, if they're like in their 60s or something, or your age or my age, they're going to be playing on a PC. They're not going to be playing on an Xbox.
Right.
friends and family, and there's not a whole lot to it, but it just ends up being more convenient for them.
This is true. Okay. So,
Yeah, unfortunately, Xbox is geared towards video games in general, which is kind of funny because actually, I don't know if you know, statistically, kids do not make up the gaming population anymore, like the majority of the gaming population. Did you know that?
yep, people my age do. People your age do.
Yeah, we actually make up the majority of the gamers by far because we're sort of that generation that got into gaming. Uh, and the kids now, actually, they're not even into video games as much as you would think they would be. Obviously, some of them do gaming, but it's not as popular as it used to be. And the ones that do game, they're gaming in a different type of gaming culture than we grew up in. Completely different types of games as well. So they have a totally different perspective about what the experience of gaming is with people. Also, like when I first started playing video games, obviously I didn't play on the internet for one. For two, when I even once I had the internet, I still barely played video games on the internet, even when I was playing PC games. If I did play video games on the internet, it wasn't with people I didn't know, even though it was possible to do that. We just didn't want to. It wasn't like there wasn't like to go. It just wasn't. It wasn't because they were griefers or like the community was bad or whatever. We just didn't. We just played with people we knew for the most part. It may not have. It may not be like somebody you know in real life, but we had like different communities. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had like private servers with a community that you trusted. Not because the other people were bad, it's because it's just how we sort of grouped ourselves up. So we sort of played in a different type of setting where people actually got to know each other a little bit better. Things were more personal and people, I think, were more friendly. And then all of a sudden, things sort of shifted. I think in the like early, maybe not, maybe like halfway through, maybe 2003, 2004, 2005. I think around when the MMOs became popular, like World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Asheron's Call, EverQuest.
Yeah. And then things after that, they kind of started to change a little bit. Because all the FPS gamers, I remember people were breaking up with their girlfriends and divorcing their wives and neglecting their kids and stuff. Like the World of Warcraft thing was pretty bad.
It was.
Some people bankrupted their families and stuff. I remember I was working with people who didn't sleep. They just played World of Warcraft all the time. And they barely worked at work. They were just talking to other people at work about World of Warcraft. I was super frustrated. That maybe I'm a workaholic, but I'm fine with like Joe's casual time. Maybe you're working for 8 hours. You don't have to work for 8 hours straight. You gotta have downtime, maybe even recreational time if your job allows you that. I think it improves productivity. I know some people don't, but I've seen where it does. Helps people build relationships with each other. It can be very positive.
Everybody needs to decompress.
Yeah, it's important. I think it's helpful. But if you go to work and you don't work at all during the day and you just fuck off and do like the absolute bare minimum that you need to not have everyone hate you, what like that's incredibly frustrating. I don't like dealing with people like that. It's not fun. And they try to They drag other people down too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's my experience. I had it done to me. People telling me that I'm working too hard, that I work too much, when they only do like maybe 45 minutes of work in an 8-hour shift.
If somebody's paying me money to do a job, I do the job.
Yeah.
I don't make excuses. I do the job. If I'm sick, I don't go to work. I don't care if somebody believes me or not. If I'm sick, I'm sick. And it's usually because I'm running a fever or I'm coughing or I've got diarrhea. I've never gone to work with those symptoms. Unless I know it's just a hangover. And then I'll go to work with those symptoms.
Better than most.
Well, it's just the way I was raised.
Yeah, that's the way I am too. But I noticed that people go to work with like the flu and get everyone sick. It's almost like if you're sick, just fucking stay home. Why would you ruin the entire office?
And once I've made a decision to do something, I'm dedicated to that decision. And as long as it gives me what I need from it, I stay dedicated and I'm loyal to it. But then there may come a time to where it's not any longer worth it to me.
Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you get them wrong.
So that's basically what I do, even with my own server. I'll go back to it. I'm fed up with it, and I'm fed up with the people that don't appreciate everything that I've tried to do.
It's just one person, most likely. But in any case, I think that you maybe could, when you're not feeling frustrated anymore, you maybe could get back into it and maybe try non-Xbox to kind of ease yourself back into it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was considering going back to PC anyway. But it was simpler because I didn't have to worry about the mods and everything else.
You don't really have to on PC. People still play vanilla servers. But yeah, if you want to do the Xbox thing, I would make like interview process or something for people if you want to vet people.
Yeah, vetting seems like it may be a good idea.
Yeah, you may need to ask people how old they are. If they're parents enough that they're playing Space Engineers. I know that maybe sounds like an asshole to do, but I mean, you'll get an idea of their maturity level pretty quick by asking them that.
Yep.
And if they flip out because you ask them that, then maybe that's not a good player for their server.
Yeah, and I've tried to avoid doing that kind of stuff. Honestly.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a dick move, but I was trying to think of a quick way to cut to the source of the problem, and I think that's the fastest way to get there.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I mean, I could be. If you got a mature, like, 13 thing, and they'll tell you that their mom and dad playing Space Engineers, and that they're okay with it, and then you're like, okay, well, you're welcome to play here. And if they're not mature, then they'll rage, and maybe attack you. Like, in text, they'll flip out on That's how I would do it, at least. If I was wanting to run a server for speakers, I wanted to just cut straight to the chase right away.
Yeah.
You'll be able to tell by their reaction what their maturity level is pretty quickly.
Well,
Really, at 13, I wouldn't say that their mom or dad needs to know. Space engineering isn't like a hugely violent game or problem with 13-year-olds playing it. I think they can make that decision for themselves. But I'd be more interested in their reaction to the question. It's kind of funny, in a way.
it is. Kinda hungry, but I don't know what I want to eat. I'll be right back. Let me see if there's something I can snack on.
Yeah, makes sense.
Not in the mood for pistachios. yourself some Spanish rice, embellished
That sounds
Spanish
good.
rice. Yep.
That sounds really good. Actually.
Put in some diced tomatoes and maybe a little bit of onion. Spice it up with some hot chili powder.
I don't remember what I really wanted to do, so I'm just looking at random stuff I used to serve the team sport, but I just got tired. Interesting stuff on here. It's funny how not far we've gotten. Like the Shield Mod API additions. I feel bad for. This is Keen. I'm the author of Defense Shields. I've spent a better part of a year working on this mod. I've learned a lot about the limitations of the API to make it like mine. My original request was the top 5. I imagine that over 25 its mod is number 1 right now, by the way. Mod request is at the top. No, I'm sorry. Let's see. Yep, it's at the top. It's number 1 on feedback. So, yeah, I wasn't sure. I had to check it. Not having access to my projectiles is particularly problematic as a whole cascade of issues occurred with the bullets getting grid versus the field. This causes visual issues and bullet decals in the HUD, delayed fixing field impact indicators, grid shaking, and improper sounds on hits. Shield taking no damage, but projectiles pass through the shield but do not hit the grid. Players who take damage also take large physics forces that cannot be fully prevented. Entities inside the shield trigger a cascade of events that must be dealt with. Functional block particle effects are taken after the damage handler, and then have to be suppressed after they are already visible, plus many other issues. A large number of your modders benefit from having these additions added to the API. You want to access my missiles, my projectiles, and grid resource distributor in the API, but they don't allow you to access that stuff. So you can't access my missiles object or my projectiles objects. It's a pretty significant issue.
Yeah, basically they're telling everybody, you deal with what we offer, and fuck you.
More or less, yeah. His request is quite old.